Right, okay. So I'll bring up the page for the list actually. So yeah, so if you want to start with the MCU rankings, go from your worst to your best, and then you'll say a movie, I'll say a movie, and when we agree that one movie is bad, we'll put it on our joint list, and then in the end we'll have all of the 23 movies ranked jointly based on our individual thoughts. Yeah?
Yep.
Perfect. Right. You go first then. Kick it off.
My favourite film is Incredible Hulk.
Yep. My 23rd film is also The Incredible Hulk, so we'll put that one straight on the list. And is there any reason in particular why you've put The Incredible Hulk at number 23?
The reason why I put the Incredible Hulk at number 23 is because they obviously changed actor for all the other MCU films, so that's a little bit distracting. And I just don't like the way they represented the Hulk. Like, I just don't like how they showed him off in his first appearance in the movie franchise.
Do you feel like it's like, did you prefer Edward Norton as the Hulk? So in The Incredible Hulk, like, is he an actor you would have preferred to see continue on, or did you not like his performance? Like, what did you think of his performance?
I did not like his performance in it. I don't think he would have fitted in well with the Avengers team. I
Yeah,
just don't think he would have been a good fit for him to continue on.
yeah, I do get what you mean. Like, I think it's one of them films where it's actually not a bad film because I don't think any of the MCU films are bad. Well, personally, I don't think that because, of course, I don't think that. But I think it is just one of them films where, like, cause all the cast is different. Like, fair enough, you've got Thunderbolt Ross who's returned, but even that, like, he never mentions anything to do with like Liv Tyler because she plays Betty Ross, his daughter, and she's never even mentioned um in the future and stuff like that. Um, I don't know, like I wouldn't like to judge a movie. Like the future movies are so good because they had build up, but I don't want to call them good movies because of what other movies have done for them. Do you know what I mean? But
Yep, I know what you mean.
as it is this franchise, I think that does contribute to it. And for me, like The Incredible Hulk just doesn't feel like an MCU movie.
No, it doesn't. It feels like the old Hulk movies. It joins in well with the old Hulk movies, but in the new Marvel universe, it just doesn't fit in at all. Really.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's like the black sheep of the MCU in my opinion. It's just it doesn't fit in. I've heard bad things about Edward Norton. I mean, I don't think he gave his best performance because I have seen him in other roles and I thought he was really like he's a really good actor in my opinion. Um, and I have seen him in other roles and thought, oh, he's really good in that. But I don't think he gave his full performance because he probably wasn't happy. Um, with the like, obviously there was rumours that he tried changing the script quite a lot. And they didn't really want to follow through with that. And I think you can
Mm.
kind of see that in his performance a little bit. I don't have anything wrong with Tim Roth. I actually think Tim Roth was really good in the role, um, and turns obviously into the Abomination. Um, and I think that's one thing from the film that I actually would like. Like, even though it doesn't feel like part of the MCU, I think they could work on it in the future by bringing back some of the characters from it. Like, I think the Abomination would be really good to see, and also the leader. I don't know if you can remember him because it is quite a forgettable film. So a bit of his blood drops in onto the head of the like doctor who's trying to cure him. He calls himself Mr. Blue.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, and his head starts like going a bit misshapen, and basically in the comics he becomes the villain of the Hulk called the Leader. So I think it'd be quite interesting to see him as well because he's really smart. I think I'm sure that's the right character. I'm not definite, but I should probably look into that. But I'm sure he's like really smart, and I think that'd be like a really interesting villain to go against somebody who's just really strong like the Hulk. I mean, I know Professor Hulk now is smart as well. But I just think it'd be a good interaction. And then obviously with the rumours about the Thunderbolts and stuff like that, have you heard about that? Like maybe doing the Thunderbolts in the future?
No, I've not actually heard about that.
So it's basically like the Suicide Squad, but it's like the Marvel universe. It's basically like um Thunderbolt Ross puts together a group of people and they're mainly villains. Like I think the first iteration had like Elektra and people on. So Elektra's more of like an anti-hero and stuff. But they are
Right.
there to help and things like that, but they're obviously villains, and I do think it'd be quite good to get like a Thunderbolts team, but then have them go against the Avengers rather than be like anti-heroes. Um and even though William Hurt is quite like Thunderbolt Ross, the actor's quite old now, I do think he would be willing to play the Red Hulk because at the end of the day, with CGI now, you could always get another actor to do the Red Hulk, like the body work and the physical
Yeah.
aspects of it with with the CGI, and then he could just do like the voice and the transformation back into him as a person.
That could be really cool because you don't really see any Hulk villains in any other film, do you?
Well, yeah, and like apparently they're all hidden, like they're all in the raft, the like underwater prison, but like
Right.
that we see in Civil War, but obviously we never see them in Civil War, and I do think it's just a bit wasted potential. Like if they haven't been killed off, you could at least do something with them, and I think it'd be interesting to see like Baron Zemo bringing them together
Yeah, that would be cool.
because he's a smart villain but not very powerful. But yeah, it would just be good, like an Avengers team, like similar powers to the Avengers, but it's a team of them rather than an individual villain. Because even if
Hmm.
we've had like, well, no, we haven't really. We've never had any of the characters go up against a team really. Because in Captain Marvel, fair enough, it was the Kree that she was going against, but I wouldn't say it was like a whole team. It was mainly her Yon-Rogg, her like main Jude Law's character, the main guy that trained her.
Yeah, but you could also say they kind of did go against a team in Infinity War, but
But
the
they're
most
all
of
like
them were in
just
a team were
generally
two
basic
versus two.
villains. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And like
yeah,
even the Black Order are good, and I think you see them a bit more in Infinity War, but like they still probably didn't live up to the potential. Like a whole film about them going against another team would be really good, I think.
yeah, no, yeah. I agree with you. They just need to do it, don't they?
Yeah, it's just the build up, but sorry, that went into a bit of a long ramble bit considering we're only on movie number 23. But I'll stop talking now and let you get on with number 22. Or did you want me to go for 22 since you went first last time?
You go for first or 22.
Yeah? Okay. So for number 22, I've got Iron Man 3.
Oh, Iron Man 3.
Yep. What did you have?
I put the first four.
The first Thor, just Thor.
Yeah, just
Okay.
four.
So we disagree on that one, so we won't put anything on our list. Um, See, the thing is for me, like I don't think any of the MCU movies are bad. What it was with Iron Man 3 is there wasn't any like memorable scenes for me. All I can really remember is it being quite slow in the middle when he's hanging around with a little boy. And I suppose it is quite interesting, like seeing Tony Stark, because it's more of a Tony Stark film rather than a Iron Man film, I'd say. Um,
Yeah,
so from what I remember, it's just a bit of a slow film in my opinion. Um, and it does have quite a good character arc, I suppose you could say. But for me, rankings are always based more on like what makes me excited, and even if the story isn't as good, big action scenes is what gets me going. Like that just makes me really excited. So even if something's got a better developed character, I will probably not like that as much as I'd like something that doesn't have as much character development but has really good action scenes and things that, along them lines, if that makes sense.
but you could also say though, like in Iron Man 3, when well, obviously Stark loses his suit, and you basically see him like take out a house with loads of gadgets he's just quickly build outside of a garage and what he's bought from a DIY store. So
Yeah,
that's really cool, showing he's more than a suit. And for me, the ending battle where he calls in all of his Iron Man suits, and they're all helping him to go against that villain who I can't remember the name of. I just really like that battle scene because it shows off all his potential for all his different suits he has made. Like some are for like super strong, others are like for like shooting long distances. I just really enjoy all the different type of suits he has created.
yeah. It's quite interesting that you've said that actually because a lot of people disliked that aspect of it. Like they loved seeing the new suits, but then it really infuriated them because he blows all the suits up as well.
Yeah, but he also did that for his girlfriend to show him that he's not the sufferer from, what was it, PTSD from when
Yeah,
he almost died in the first Avengers film.
yeah. So that's actually a part of it you don't mind. You don't mind him blowing up the suits. Like that doesn't bother you.
No, I think it just like shows he's like gone on to the next stage of like his mental health, if
Yeah.
even know what I mean.
Yeah, no, it's actually quite like it's nice to hear actually. It's a completely different opinion. Like with the whole Iron Man blowing up his suits, it didn't bother me too much because I wouldn't say I'm a massive Iron Man fan, which is probably another reason it's quite low down. I mean, it does have some good scenes. I would say I really like the first part, like the first act of it, like when there's this Mandarin on the TV and he like challenges him, and then all the way up until the point where his house gets blown up. I would say I really enjoyed all of that bit. Um,
Right?
but then after that, I just felt like it got a bit slow, and like it's not a very rewatchable movie in my opinion. Like it is rewatchable, but if I had a choice and like a big selection of the Marvel movies, it's not one that I would just go for very eagerly type of thing. Um,
Hmm.
but my opinion might change after a rewatch as well. One thing I would say though is, unlike most people, the Mandarin twist didn't bother me.
See,
Because obviously the Mandarin is one of his main villains in the comics, and then
hmm,
he got angry when it was Trevor Slattery, the actor, instead of the actual Mandarin, and then Killian was pretending to be the Mandarin, and that
yep,
annoyed a lot of people. But like I said, I've never really read any Iron Man comics, so I don't know much about the Mandarin, so it didn't bother me because I don't have a connection with that character. And going forward, they're going to do the Mandarin and Shang-Chi, and I think the way it ties into that story makes a little bit more sense because he's Shang-Chi's dad, which I think is going to be a really interesting aspect of the film.
yep.
So I wasn't too bothered about that. And from what I do know about the Mandarin, he's one of sorry, my throat's gone a bit funny. He's one of Iron Man's like major villains in the comics. So I think if you do want to do someone like that, you should probably spend a few movies to build up to him, like at least two.
Yeah,
Um,
that makes sense.
because he's got 10 rings in the comics and they've all got different powers. So to explain that in one movie, I think would be quite a lot. And maybe the first movie could be like showing a bit of his origin and how he inherits these 10 rings. I think that would be quite interesting.
Like a back and forth type deal, like going into his
Yeah,
past and what he's doing in modern day.
yeah, maybe, but not even like that. Maybe just like a bit where we get to see how the Mandarin, like it could just be a short scene of like how he maybe inherited it. A bit like a journey, like how Thanos has a bit of a journey in Infinity War and stuff like that. Um,
Yeah, that could be cool.
but yeah, I just think it's not a really rewatchable movie in my opinion. But I still like it because I like all these films, but it's
Hmm.
just better stuff in my opinion. But you said
Right.
Thor, which I was quite surprised by. A lot of people don't like the first Thor movie, they just think it's all right, but a lot of people would have the Dark World below the first Thor, I would say. So, like, can you explain a little bit why you've put the first Thor there?
Right, the reason why is because I have watched The Dark World more times than I have watched the first four.
Right.
I don't know why. I just
Okay.
Thor's a great. He is a great character now, where he's at in modern day. But when the first Thor came out, I was just disappointed because he's supposed to be this almighty god, and he's just acting like he doesn't have a clue how to. Obviously, he's not learned his full. He obviously hadn't learned his full potential yet, but he's just relying on his teammates too much. And I don't. What was the robot called? Now they go. He destroys the small town.
Oh,
I
the
just didn't like that.
Destroyer.
Yeah, the destroyer. I didn't really like his fight against the destroyer. I just did not like it.
See, I'm completely opposite. Like, that's one of the things I must admit I really enjoyed. Because he's just getting beaten up, and that's when he becomes worthy again. I did like that bit, I must admit. I don't have much against it. I actually found it quite funny. There are like aspects that I don't like. I mean, you don't really see much of Asgard, and I'm
No,
not a
you
massive
don't.
fan of Jane either.
Right.
But other than that, I thought it was actually quite a good film. His
Hmm.
eyebrows look a bit wrong because the studios decided to dye Chris Hemsworth's eyebrows blonde, and it just it looks a bit wrong. And I don't like the length of his hair. Like, it's so petty now, but his hair in that just looks weird. And Loki, I hate Loki with short hair.
Because the first one is also all about Loki finding out like who he actually is. Like
See,
he's not
that's
actually
an element that I
Asgardian,
really
but
liked. I really liked finding that bit out about Loki, and I can see why he gets frustrated, but then I do think he gets a bit carried away. And like I said, I just don't like his short hair. Like, a Loki with short hair is just not Loki to me. I don't know why. Such a small thing, but it's just not for me. For some reason, I just don't like it. Um, right, number 21. Okay, try and get back on it. Hello?
hello.
Hey, I don't know what happened. It completely cut off. Which part did you like get to? Because I wasn't sure if you could hear me and I just couldn't hear you, or
Last as soon as it went quiet, I just said that Loki's being a ice person didn't really account for anything he does further on in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. After I said that, it went all quiet.
oh, okay. I can't really remember what I said because I was probably talking over you at some points as well. Um,
Right?
but I kind of shared all my thoughts on Thor anyway. So if you want to do number 21, because I just did number 22, so it's your turn now.
Yep. Right, number 21, it is 4-2, The Dark World.
Right, okay. I'm going to open the document again because mine is also Thor the Dark World.
Oh.
And you can start with your opinions about why.
My first opinion is I didn't like the whole. Sorry, I can't remember the name. What was the red substance called?
The ether.
Yeah, I didn't like the way the ether went into Thor's girlfriend, and I don't really like how the. I didn't think the ether was like strong enough for being the ether, and the dark elf as well. Yeah, it didn't feel like an Infinity Stone whatsoever. It didn't feel powerful enough. And the Dark Elf, yes, it was cool, his whole backstory, but his battle was terrible. And especially in that fight where they're jumping from planet to planet,
Yeah.
and then he thinks he's killed Loki, but obviously he hasn't killed Loki.
Right.
He just wasn't a good enough villain controlling the ether to go up against.
Okay.
It just, wasn't very strong whatsoever. I mean, there were some funny moments when Thor's on the train and the lady falls against him and she flashes. I mean, yes, there are some funny parts, but no, it was just weak, the whole film, I think.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. Yeah, there are like a lot of elements that I just think are a bit off. A lot of them I agree with you on. Mainly the villain, I'd say. Malekith isn't very memorable, and they had Christopher Eccleston playing him, and he's a very good actor. So I think he was a bit of wasted potential, really. I must admit though, I think the makeup was good. I did like the makeup and how the dark elves looked. I thought they looked really good. Um, and I don't know, yeah, I just think Malekith was underused. Like Curse, who do you know his side villain? You know the like big black guy.
Yeah, who puts on the skull mask, he turns and he
Yeah,
turns bigger and stuff.
yeah. Like I thought he was seemed to be a better villain. Like he was physically a lot more threatening than Malekith, but Malekith just seemed to do all the talking. It was like
Yeah,
if Malekith didn't have him, he would be pretty useless, I think.
yeah.
So
He definitely couldn't hold his own ground, could he?
no, not really. So yeah, there were some bad aspects with that and the villains mainly, and the just story. It was just like it just seemed a bit pointless. Like it was just an addition to the MCU. It didn't forward anything. It was just an addition to like see Thor again type of thing.
Yeah.
And especially with the ending, because obviously it ends with him and Jane in the post-credit scene, but then him and Jane are completely split up, and you don't hear anything about her moving forward.
Yeah, that's really nice. And like that's supposed to be like because the Earth Guardians only get one true love, don't they? And then after that, they can't fall in love with anyone else. Well, you could say in Ragnarok, he gets feeling for what's her face?
Valkyrie.
The Valkyrie.
Yeah.
What's her name there?
Who?
Actually, that lady, the Valkyrie lady.
Yeah, her name's Valkyrie.
Oh,
Oh, the actress.
yeah.
Oh, Tessa Thompson.
Because she played that role really well, and you can say like Thor got feelings for her, but how
Yeah.
can that happen when he's got his first true love?
Well, I don't think that's like plays a part in the MCU like only one love for the Asgardians. It's just like Jane wasn't mentioned after that, so I just thought it was a bit pointless. Like the story just didn't move anything forward. And not saying that like films that just take place individually can't be amazing, but looking at the franchise as a whole, it just didn't really help out anywhere else type of thing. There are some amazing scenes though, I must admit, like I really like how you see Thor and Loki's development. I think that is the best aspect about the movie.
Yeah, and that's really cool because Loki's locked up in the prison, ain't he?
Yeah, and I love the scenes where you see like Loki and his mother, and then you see how heartbroken he is when obviously his mother's been killed. And I think that's another amazing scene with like great music, and they even bring it back in what film is it they bring it back in? They bring it back in Ragnarok. Obviously the deaths after the mother's died, her funeral scene is really good in my opinion, and the music really makes it. And they obviously bring that back in Thor Ragnarok when Loki's making them people put on a show of his death. Which I like as well because it kind of shows like Loki is still thinking about his mother, like the music they used to honor her, he is using, even though it's fake, a fake death he did. That's the music he's using to honor him. So it's a bit like a connection.
Yeah.
You could look at it like that, but other than that, again, it's just not a really rewatchable one in my opinion. It's still a good film, but the MCU's got a lot more to offer, and that's quite low on mine, I'd say. So we'll move on to 20 now. So I'll go because you've just been, haven't you? You did 21, yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got Iron Man 2 as number 20.
Right.
What have you got?
Iron Man 2 as well.
You've also got Iron Man 2.
I do indeed.
Okay. So, I mean, like, I don't really have much to say because the main reason I would say my Iron Man movies, I know Iron Man 2 and Iron Man 3 are usually low on a lot of people's lists. Iron Man for me is probably lower on my list than most people's, not because I think the films are really bad. It's just 'cause I'm not too interested in the Iron Man character.
Right.
So I'm just not that interested in his movies. Like, he is cool, but it's just like a guy in a suit, which is very interesting, and I really like seeing how his suits develop. But with
Right.
Iron Man 2, it's a bit all over the place. Like, you've got a few different storylines going on, and they just don't really jam well together. Like, the beginning, you've got Iron Man, and you see he's ill and he's just a bit like reckless and things like he's just being really reckless, and he's like that throughout most of it. And then
Yeah.
obviously you've got Mickey Rourke's character Whiplash, and you feel a bit bad for him, but then you kind of don't because it's made out that him and his dad were criminals, and he just comes and he's not in the movie for very long, like as the character Whiplash, and then he just goes over to like help Justin Hammer, but you don't really see anything. It just like goes into the third act, and then in the third act it's just like the big fight. I
Yeah.
think.
With all his drones as robots trying to take out Iron Man and War Machine.
Yeah, so it just seems like it's a bit all over the place, and like even character motivations, like at first War Machine's like, no, this definitely shouldn't get into the hands of the government, and then he like beats up Tony and then like decides to give it to the government.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it's just a bit like, I don't know, just like why would you say that and then go straight over to the government and give it away? I must admit, I love um what's his name, Don Cheadle playing War Machine. I like him a lot more than Terrence Howard personally. Um,
Really? See, I prefer the old War Machine over the new one.
did you,
But
Terrence Howard? See,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
prefer Don Cheadle, but it's maybe because he's in more movies. But I like him in it. Um, and I like Pepper. I like Pepper a lot in Iron Man 2, to be honest. So
Right.
she's a good part of it. Black Widow's quite good, but she's a bit like, I don't know, sexualized, I suppose you could say, but then that is part of her act. And I do think she
Yeah.
did well in that aspect, but again, a bit like Saw the Dark World, like didn't help move things forward. This one helped move things forward a little bit more, but I think that's the type of movie it was meant to be. Like, it didn't really matter what was going on with Iron Man. He didn't get much character development. It was more just about introducing Shield and Natasha ready for the Avengers. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do that in that film, don't they?
Yeah, I think it is a lot of setup to say like Iron Man isn't eligible for the Avengers because he's reckless and stuff, and obviously it introduces Black Widow. So I do think it
Yep.
was a bit of a setup film.
See, my problem is with it. I didn't like the way Whiplash introduced himself because he obviously first met Tony Stark on the Formula One racing track, didn't he? I don't like how Tony Stark just kind of kicked the Formula One driver out and he just took over. I don't feel like that would actually happened.
Yeah,
And then I didn't like the whole character arc where all he wanted was a pet parrot on his shoulder to work with. I
yeah,
thought that was kind of pointless, and the way like he just took over his company, saying, "Yeah, you're not getting man-made suits. You're gonna get robotic suits. Now I'm going to be able to hack." I just don't feel like that you could actually do all that. You know what I mean?
yeah. No, I do get what you mean. Um, yeah, I think Whiplash was a bit underutilized, especially because Justin Hammer is a really interesting character, I think, and I think he's
Yeah,
underutilized as well. Like, if he was the villain, he would be amazing. Like, he actually makes that film so much better, in my opinion. Just his like charisma and things like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, Sam Rockwell's
yeah.
just an amazing actor anyway. Um, so I think they should have either taken out. I know. I think they should have taken out Whiplash. because Sam Rockwell's Justin Hammer, even though he doesn't get loads of screen time, he's like the best part of the movie in my opinion.
Yeah, because he creates War Machine with all his weapons that, like, what's that tiny missile called now? When he fired, it was just a dud, it didn't do anything. And
Oh,
that
the
was cool.
ex-wife?
Yeah.
That's funny.
That is funny.
The ex-wife,
so,
yeah. That's a good one. It's a good one. But yeah, like even that bit where he's just shown all the weapons off, it's just he's got a lot of energy to him. He's a really good actor.
Yeah.
And I think that really plays well with Tony Stark's obviously like sarcasm and banter and stuff. So I think it's good for that reason. Yeah. It's just a shame. I think they tried cramming too much into a movie. That's the issue with it, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
So should we move on to number 19?
Yep, so it's my go to say, ain't it?
Is it? Yeah, I said number 20, didn't I? So I think
Yeah.
it's your go, yeah.
Right, for number 19, I've got Captain Marvel.
Right, okay. So we disagree on this one again. So on number 19, I've got the original Thor movie. So I'm going to add that to the list because you've already said it, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Right. So I liked the first Thor movie better than the Dark World because I felt like it had a purpose of introducing Asgard, even though you don't get to see Asgard a lot. I was happy that you did like get the initial introduction to it and to Loki and Thor, and you can kind of see where Loki's coming from, I think, when you get a bit about his history. And it was kind of good to see like a few little aspects show tribute to the comics, like how Odin goes into the Odin sleep and things like that. I thought that was quite interesting. But as we said, like we've spoken about Thor quite a lot when you mentioned it for your list, so I don't have much more to say about it. It's just, yeah, I think it's a good MCU movie. I like the fish out of water style to it, like him breaking the mug and like he just walks around looking like a psycho. I think that's all quite funny.
Right.
But yeah, it's just I've said everything I think, like all my opinions on it. I do think it's a good movie, but again, the MCU's got a lot more to offer, and I think a lot of the original Phase 1 movies aren't as good as the later movies. But Captain Marvel, do you want to speak about that?
Yeah, my problem with Captain Marvel was, I mean, it was a good film, but I felt it had some very slow movements because obviously it was all about her getting brainwashed because she thought that they gave her the power that she actually got and that she lost some memory to how she actually attained her power.
Yeah.
And all about how she was hunting down the Krill and how they were pictured out to be such a bad race, but actually they were just being hunted by them. And yeah, I mean, it was a very good duo between her and who was her trainer. Right now, I was keeping an eye on her.
Oh, Yun-Rog, Jude Law's character.
Yeah, like them two had a very good like back and forth with each other. I thought, but my other problem was they tried to. I don't know.
You're just not a fan of it. You
No,
can't quite
I'm
put
just
it into
not a
words,
fan.
but it's just not a film you're
Yeah.
a fan of. Nah, I think that's understandable. I think it's probably like quite a lot higher on my list than it is for most people. It's just because like I really enjoyed it. I saw it twice at the cinema back to back, and I just thought I really like this. I think it's really rewatchable. I think a lot of films for me, if they move quickly and seem like they go quick, I think that's a good movie because it shows that I'm enjoying it. And for me, it was just one of them films, and I think it's got like a decent amount of action. I must admit, I had to try and force myself to like Brie Larson's Captain Marvel. I'm not a massive Brie Larson fan. I don't know if it is Brie Larson because I've seen her in The Room and I thought she was really good. but I don't think in general, like I've seen her in interviews and I'm not a massive fan, but I've never met her personally, so I can't really say. Um, I don't really like the cocky side to Captain Marvel, but that's a character decision.
Right.
That's not Brie Larson, I don't think, acting it bad. I think that's a character decision by the directors. But I actually think when you look into her movie, her like she acts crazy and like she's cocky and then she's like emotional and she just doesn't really know what's going on. But I mean, if you'd been brainwashed, I think that's really understandable. So I think the way
Yeah, how you
she
would act.
acts, like her emotions, and she doesn't seem to know how she feels. It's like she's a bit emotionless because she doesn't show much emotion. But I think that's understandable in context of the film that she's been brainwashed and it's about her rediscovering who she is. And
Mm.
a lot of the time, if the brainwashing, which I imagine has been quite heavy considering it's alien technology, I feel like you wouldn't just be able to become a person that you were before and get your emotions back like really quickly. I think you would have to become a new person. And it just so happens to be that the new person she's becoming is a bit more cocky, which is the side that I don't really like to her. But in the film, I
Right.
think it's understandable. I like quite a lot of the 90s references, and I really like Samuel L. Jackson's character in it. The younger,
Yeah,
like,
oh,
younger
and
Nick
you also
Fury.
met the cat, didn't you?
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of cats, but I admit I actually don't mind the cat in this.
I
And
really enjoyed the cat. I'm gutted you never see the cat again, though.
yeah, one thing I really don't like is how Nick Fury loses his eye. Because I think that takes away from his character being like quite badass and stuff like that. But
But
as a
then again,
whole,
though, I think it works pretty well because it's just really funny and how Nick Fury is kind of putting on the act to make
being a
himself,
hard man, yeah, I do get what you mean.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, as a whole, I just think it's a good movie. Like I really enjoyed it personally. And I love one aspect to it that I absolutely love. I love Talos's character.
Oh,
Talos. I think it's Talos. Do you know the main Skrull character
yeah,
who you initially think is the villain, but you realise he's not? I think he's hilarious. Ben Mendelsohn is
yeah,
hilarious
that's
in
it.
that role. And I love he's got like that little lisp. I think it makes his character so much more funny.
Mm.
When he's speaking and stuff. Yeah, I really like that, I must admit. Um
See, the best bits for Captain Marvel is the cat and seeing Nick Fury as a youngster in that film. But other than that,
yeah,
it just went really slowly for me, personally.
right. See, I can get what you mean because when the main character's meant to be like when it's a film and the main character's the least interesting bit, I can understand why a lot of people wouldn't like that. But and I agree, like I don't think she's the best character in it by far. Um, but as a whole, I just like how it comes together. So it's a bit higher on my list, but we'll get to that
Mm.
a bit later. Um, so number 18, I think that's mine now, isn't it? 'Cause you've just said yours.
Yeah.
So my number 18 is Captain America: The First Avenger.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought I liked that one much more, but then obviously I hadn't seen the films for a while, so once I've done my rewatch, I think my list is going to change quite drastically. But from
right.
what I remember, it's just not one of the best. It's just I don't know. It's still a really good movie. I think the beginning is amazing. The CGI work is really good, like the really skinny Steve Rogers and everything like that. I think that's great. And his transformation into Captain America.
It's
But
great.
other than that, I can't really remember any memorable action scenes, and I know a lot of it is montage. I do really enjoy that montage, but it's such a short montage, and I think that's my like criticisms of the film because I would prefer that the action scenes in the montage are really good. So I would prefer to see them action scenes as a full action scene. Do you know what I mean?
See, well, it's higher up on my list because I've actually watched that quite a few more times, Captain America: The First Avenger,
Yeah,
because I quite like Captain America, and I just like the way how it shows how he was nobody with good spirit, to how he got chosen to become Captain America, then how he brought a squad together during World War II to obviously go up against Hydra and Red Skull.
Yeah.
And I just enjoy like how from his whole story out from where he was a weak nobody to being the hero of basically World War II because he sinks his plane into the Atlantic, ain't it, with the Tesseract. And I like the way how he battles against Red Skull and how they're basically opposite sides of the same coin. And I enjoy that factor.
Yeah, I do think Hugo Weaving as well as the Red Skull is really good. I'm happy they brought him back in Infinity War because I think he would have been felt a lot more wasted if he hadn't been brought back. And it is hard, like looking at my list, it is really hard. I do think it's one of those where it will change once I've rewatched the movies because a lot of my list, I'm looking at it now and I'm like, I could potentially move this and move that, but then I don't know. It's just a hard one. So I think after rewatching, it will definitely jump up a few places, maybe. But for now, that's where I felt it belonged. So yeah, it's a shame to be
So I
quite
say
close.
my
It's a
number.
great film, but yeah.
My number 18 was Ant-Man 2.
So Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I enjoyed how obviously the Wasp is I want to say Pixel sort of, but it's not Pixel, is it?
How she's what? Sorry.
The daughter of the original Ant-Man. What's his name? Pixel?
Oh, what? Wait, what's Scott's daughter called?
No, not Scott. No, wait. Who was the original Ant-Man? The one with the white beard. What's his name?
Oh, Hank Pym.
Yeah, and that's it, Pimp. Like, I enjoy how his daughter became the Wasp, and enjoy how cool the Wasp suit looked.
Yeah.
But I just didn't like the whole storyline of them working out how to bring back the original Wasp back from the what's the place called?
The Quantum Realm.
Yeah, the Quantum Realm. And I didn't enjoy the villain in that, who actually she was just suffering because she needed the dust to keep herself alive.
Yeah.
I just did not enjoy that whole storyline behind that. But the cast in Ant-Man 2 is great. Like, there is a really funny film. I just hate the storyline.
Oh, see, one of the main reasons I really like that I'm a big fan of the Ant-Man films, both of them, I'd say. And yeah, it's mainly because of the cast. I do love the cast, and I also love how like it is small scale. Even though I love the bigger movies, like the Avengers ones, I do like the smaller scale of it. And I really enjoyed the story of them trying to get Janet back from the quantum realm, especially when she keeps taking over Scott, and then Scott's talking to Hope, the Wasp, as if he is her mom.
Yeah.
I found that really funny, and like obviously I love Louise and all of Scott's like not henchmen, but the guys he works with.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it, and I liked the action scenes with the shrinking and that. And I'm like, I feel opposite to you actually. I enjoyed the villain because she's not really a villain.
No, she wasn't. She was just suffering, wasn't she?
Yeah,
But
and I don't think Goliath is a villain either. He's just trying to help her out because he cares for her, which I think is interesting. And I think it's interesting to show how experiments and things can have bad side effects, the same as they can with the Hulk, for example. I like showing how that it's also affected, like experiments affect other people in bad ways. Like it mainly does tend to be villains. So like obviously the Red Skull became like he took the super soldier serum and it went wrong. Same with like I don't know. I'm trying to think of other people like the villain in Ant-Man 1, Yellow Jacket. He takes a similar serum, but it makes him go a bit crazy. So it does tend to be the villains a lot of the case. But in them cases, they do just tend to become evil. Whereas with her, she's not evil. She's just trying to survive.
Yeah, doing what she has to do.
Yeah. And yeah, you can tell she doesn't really want to harm people, but obviously she has to do what she's got to do in order to survive. And I found that quite interesting. And I thought her fears and powers were really interesting as well.
Yeah, but the other thing, like she was a good villain, but the other thing that annoys me is how did the mother survive in the quantum realm? Like what? Like obviously her DNA structure changed, but
Yeah.
what was she eating? How like
Yeah,
they
but
don't really
there's a whole
explain that.
city in the quantum realm though. You do see a brief like snapshot of it in the film. There's a whole city there because there's been rumors
Right?
that's where the Fantastic Four might be.
No.
And things like that. So if all that comes into play, I think it's hinted at, and I think it'll be interesting to see in the future how it ties in. And I also think Ant-Man and the Wasp is there to set up that the quantum realm is very powerful and you can travel through time. I think her coming back and surviving is plays a big part into how Endgame goes because obviously the time travel through there.
Yeah.
So I think it's quite a good setup for that as well. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, but I know a lot of people don't have it very high up on their list. So that's what I love about films. They're so subjective, and it all depends what you want. Because for me, I think they're quite comedic films, and I like that aspect to it. So it ranks quite high on my list.
Right. Do we go for number 17 then?
Yeah. Did you just say yours, or did I say mine?
You said yours.
I said
So
my I
goes
said
back
my
to me.
18. Yeah. So you do your 17.
Yeah. My 17 is Ant-Man.
The first Ant-Man. Okay.
Yeah, the first Ant-Man.
Right. You can explain on that one then if you want.
Alright, where to start? I really enjoyed how it was kind of like a heist movie where he's training, he's working out obviously his old headquarters, how to break in and how to steal the old suit. It had really funny bits like the cast again. They were great with each other, great banter back and forth.
Yeah.
There were some really funny scenes where he obviously gets into an ant as a pet near the end of the film, and how he throws the Thomas the Tank Engine train at the yellow suit, but and how he just had a tank in his on his keychain, and how he just like made it full size and drived out, and like it was really funny, but for me it's not really that rewatchable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, I disagree with that one. I love all the cast in it, which is a big element of what makes the movie. And even looking at my list now, I'm thinking I think I could have. I don't know if I could have ranked it higher. I'm trying to see where it is. I don't know if I would have ranked it higher, but I'm a big fan of it. I love training montages and shown characters training, and quite a big part of Ant-Man, the second act of it, I would say, is a training. Like it is all about training and mastering the ants, and I love learning about the different types of ants and what like how they can help him in different missions and things like that. And I like the family dynamic and the bit of conflict between Hank Pym and Hope Van Dyne, and then her frustration at bringing Scott in and all of that. I mean, one thing I would say is Yellow Jacket is a very bland villain. He's just like a copy of Ant-Man.
He did look very cool though. I will give him that.
Yeah, his suit is amazing. But he is just a bland villain. But
yeah,
I do think the comedy and the cast surrounding it and the story for me, just him training up and how it is smaller scale, like especially coming after Avengers Age of Ultron, which is a massive scale movie. Yeah, I just think I really enjoyed it. I think it's really rewatchable. Like I think it goes so quickly when you're watching that film. So I definitely know that I enjoy that film because again, like I said, when a film goes quickly when you're watching it, I think it's a really good film. Yeah, and I love the Falcon appearance as well. The little Falcon fight. I think that's great.
Oh yeah, Yeah, when he shrinks and goes into his suit. Yeah, no, it's quite a cool bit. And he's like talking in his ears, like, "Where are you?"
That is definitely a standout. So yeah, I love that. So my it's number 17, isn't it? I'm getting lost.
Yeah.
My number 17,
Number
is
17.
actually Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange.
Yeah. So it's quite low down on mine. I don't really have too much to say about it, really. Again, with all Marvel films, I think the cast is really good. Like Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange is great, but
Yeah.
in this movie, he isn't, in my opinion.
Really?
Like, after this movie, I never thought to myself, oh, Doctor Strange is a cool and interesting character. I never wanted to look further into him. I thought if they don't make another movie, it won't really bother me. If he doesn't appear in anybody else's movie, it won't really bother me.
Right.
When I saw him in Infinity War, I really liked him. But his movie should have done that for me, I think, and it didn't. Infinity War did it with everything else that War was doing.
Right. Did he not like the duo though between him and his cape, about how his cape was for his own mind and always trying to help Doctor Strange out? Like, I thought that was quite a comedy aspect to it.
It is quite interesting, but I'm not really a big magic fan and stuff.
Right.
So it didn't appeal to me that much. Like I'm a bit more of like a brute strength type of. I like characters with the brute strength. Although I will say the visual effects in it are amazing. I think that's it would have actually been low on my list if it wasn't for the visual effects and things like that.
Because it was very much like intersection of how all the buildings and the world they linked, yeah, like changed up. It reminded me of the intersection, but yeah.
Yeah, I think just the whole visual thing, like even the way the actors move their hands and things like that, because like I've tried moving my hands the way they move their hands, like to create the shapes, and it's really difficult. So I appreciate all the work that actors put in, and yeah, I just think the special effects really help bump the movie up. But for me, I just wasn't interested in the character after seeing the movie, and I thought that's something I want from the movie. Like I at least want to see a sequel and be interested. And I felt like Infinity War did a better job of that, even though he had far less screen time. So I think that's why it ranks so low on my list.
Right.
So we on our list, we're now down to number 16, but on our connected list, so singular lists, individual lists, we're on to number 16, but on our joint list, we've only got places 23, 22, 21, and 20, so we're only on number 19, which we still need to find.
Right.
So if we go down to, on our individual list, if we go down to number 15 today, and then next time we can pick up on the later movies as well, if you want another day.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Yeah. Okay, so number 16, I'll go first with this one. So I've got Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
Ooh.
What have you?
Well, now what my number 16 is before you discuss it?
Yeah, you can go for your number 16.
My number 16 was Black Panther.
Oh, okay. Yep, fair enough. So I'll go first. So, Guardians of the Galaxy 2 for me, it's weird because when I saw it, I honestly thought it was one of my favourite Marvel films.
Right.
And I do still love it. The main thing I love is I'm a massive Fleetwood Mac fan, so the soundtrack on the first and the second one though, always bumped up a level for me. The soundtrack just
they are great.
They are just a massive part of the movie. Like a lot of films, the music really helps make the film, but it's so important in this film because it is a massive part of Star-Lord's character as well. It's not just it fits the scenes, it is a major driving force in the films.
Yeah, it is.
I love some of the character development, like Yondu. I loved Yondu even after the first movie. I thought his power was amazing, like the whistling to control the arrow. So I was heartbroken when he died because a lot of people, they were like, after the first film, they were like, oh, fuck Yondu. I'm not even a big fan of Yondu. But then after the second film, they were like, oh, I love Yondu. But I always loved Yondu anyway because I loved his power. I thought it was great.
And he's a great actor. The actor who plays him just fits that role so good.
Good actor. He is very good.
Mm.
So I thought that whole story with him and Rocket, I loved the story between him and Rocket being very similar. And then also him coming back at the end and getting that funeral. And the funeral sequence at the end, again, excellent choice of music throughout the film, especially that scene. I just thought it was really good. And it actually made me cry. I don't cry at a lot of films. And Sean Gunn's performance. So Sean Gunn is the director James Gunn's brother, and he plays Kraglin. So he's not a big part. He also does the mocap for Rocket Raccoon, but he's not a big part in it. But in that film, just his acting when, like, obviously they start giving him the Ravager funeral is amazing. Like, I thought his acting then was really, really good. So I loved that. And the character development, like I said. Also, it's got one of my favourite scenes of the MCU in, when basically Star-Lord's under the trance and Ego says, it killed me to put that tumour in her head. And he's just straight out of the trance, shooting at him before he's even finished the dialogue. I honestly think that's one of the best moments in the MCU. I loved that. So I'm picking out loads of amazing points, and I do think if I re-ranked these, even in a few days, it would move up a bit. Like I said, I haven't watched many of them in quite a while, so it's hard for me. But the issue I do have with it is the Guardians get split up. So you've got Gamora, Drax, Mantis, and Star-Lord, obviously with Ego. I mean, Mantis lives everywhere, so. And then you've got the Rocket, Groot, and Yondu. And every time we were on Ego's planet, I was a bit bored.
Yeah, like, I agree with you.
I thought visually it was very beautiful, but I was a bit bored. So the only time I was really, really interested in the film is when it was Yondu, Rocket, and Groot. And they're split up for the majority of the film. So I would say for half of the film, I felt like it was quite slow. And then the other half, it was great. But I would have preferred to equally like what the Guardians were doing rather than thinking to myself, can we go back to Rocket and Groot and Yondu now?
See,
that's what I mean.
I really enjoyed the film, but the bit when they're all on the planet and Star-Lord is obviously going against Ego, I didn't like the bit when he turned himself into Pac-Man. I thought that bit was really unnecessary and pointless. Yes, it was a like arcade reference, but I just did not enjoy that bit.
I mean, that's such a tiny part in my opinion, so that doesn't bother me either, because I thought it was quite funny because I know what Star-Lord's character's like and he's all about references and everything like that, so that didn't bother me. But yeah, it's just I felt like I shouldn't have been thinking during the movie, can we go to these characters now because I'm bored of this part. So yeah, that's the only reason it's at number 16, because like I said, I've obviously pointed out a lot of reasons why I really liked it. So yeah, what did you say your number 16 was?
It was Black Panther.
Yeah, so you can go into that now.
The reason why I did not really enjoy Black Panther because obviously the build-up for it, I just thought the build-up was too overhyped for the actual film. Yes, it was all black cast, great, brilliant, but they did not need to overhype it in that way. They should have overhyped it because of his character and how they were showing off Wakanda, because it has some brilliant actors in it. And the CG at the very ending fight scene, I just thought was like terrible. The fighting wasn't brilliant. But then again, it has some really cool scenes, like where they're obviously Killmonger and Black Panther is fighting to attain the kingdom over Wakanda, because they're all in that waterfall, aren't they, fighting it out? And obviously Killmonger wins first, but it was just all the overhypeness before the film actually came out. And to this day, it still reminds me every time I watch Black Panther about everything that happened before I actually saw the film.
So, do you think the film is actually a bad film? Is the reasons why you don't enjoy the actual film? Say there was no hype around it, nobody had spoken about it. What's the reasons you don't actually like the film?
Um, God, let me think.
Because I completely get where you're coming from. And originally I was thinking, but then when I thought about the film itself, I thought it's not as good as what it's made out to be, but it's still an amazing film when you look into the film itself. So it was very overhyped.
Yeah, it was.
But I wouldn't let that take the experience of a good film is a good film whether it's overhyped or not.
Yeah, I do get what you're saying, but for me, Black Panther, it's always going to stay in my mind. Like every time I would put it on about everything that happened before the film actually came out.
Right. So just the whole world around it kind of influences how you feel
and
about the film.
and how everyone reacted when the film first came out.
Yeah. I suppose that can be a big aspect, is other people's responses as well and how it yeah, I do get what you're saying, type of thing. I mean, I disagree a bit because it's higher on my list.
Right.
And even though I think it was very overhyped, I don't think it takes away what a great movie it is.
Right.
But yeah, if you want to continue with your number 50,
Number 50.
and this can be
Right,
our last one for today, and then we can continue another day.
Sounds good to me. Right, my number 50 is Captain America, the First Avenger.
Right, mine is not that, but I've already said that, so that's going to go down as number 19 in our joint list. So Captain America, the First Avenger. Do you want to talk a bit about why? I mean, I know we talked about it when it was on my list, but do you have anything you want to add?
Like, I guess the only bad points I can put into it is that some of the vehicles that they were really cool, but at the same time they were a bit ridiculous in that kind of meaning. Like the super long car going against a massive plane where he had Red Skull had his bomber pilots on where they were just flying on a giant bomb. I thought that bit was a bit ridiculous, but I do think it's a really good film about how he obviously he how he became Captain America and how the two sides of the same coin, and how you learned out that Red Skull he's always constantly burning inside, so he's always filled up with anger because he's always in pain. And I just like the way they introduce obviously that you see how Bucky and Cap are friends and how Captain America reacts when he thinks he loses Bucky on the whole train scene.
Yeah, I also think it's interesting how it shows the dynamic of obviously how Bucky used to be the intimidating one and the good looking one and everybody wanted him, and then they switch and you can tell Bucky's a bit like, oh, he's a bit jealous, isn't he? Yeah, I do think it is interesting, but sorry, continue because you were still speaking.
I get left off. And I also like the way it introduces Tony Stark's father, because obviously they go to that world of tomorrow type future thing, and Tony Stark's father is trying to show off his flying car. And I also like the way Captain America got his shield, because he picked up the prototype off the bottom shelf, didn't he? Because he was trying to give him this shield with rocket grenades and stuff like that. And he was just like, no, I want this one. Just paint the American flag on it. I'll have it. And I really enjoy him taking down all of the Hydra base and how they introduced Hydra and how they actually formed the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, I do like that. And I love Peggy Carter and Tony Stark in it. really good actors. I really enjoyed them, and obviously haven't seen the Peggy Carter series. I like them even more.
Mm.
It was quite low on my list. I mean, I've got it at number 18, but I do think it's one of them things where I'm going to have to rewatch it and then rank it, and I do think it's going to come up a lot more on my list.
All right.
Because it is a great film. It is. Just
Mm.
for now, I can't remember it too much. But number 15 on mine is one of the newer ones, Phase 3, Spider-Man Far From Home.
No.
So,
How come?
I've never been a massive Spider-Man fan, if I'm honest. And I do love Tom Holland. I think he's a great Spider-Man. And I loved Homecoming. I did think that was really good. That actually got me into Spider-Man quite a bit. But with Far From Home, it's just I've seen it very recently, so I remember all of it, and still it just doesn't stand out to me. So when I'm remembering
No.
literally the whole movie and it's still not standing out, I just thought it just doesn't stand out as much as the other movies. I mean, I love it. I still think it's great. I love all these movies. Um, but I think the aspect that I dislike is I feel like there's quite a lot of relationshipy and school bits. And I know Spider-Man's character is it's about him
In
being in high
school.
school and things like that. I don't really like the aspect to it where Peter Parker's like, I want a break. Like, I understand from a teenager's perspective, you would be like that. But then I feel like
Mm-hmm.
as a superhero, he would be at another level. And I thought he's really unselfish, in the comics anyway. So he would never think like that. He would always think, I'm going to do my best to protect others.
But then again, he did just lose his mentor, Tony Stark. So I guess he would be more in a vulnerable space.
Yeah, which is very understandable. Also, as well, like many people, I don't really like the way he is a bit like an Iron Boy, like how he uses technology to, like, his
See,
new suit
I'm really
is
enjoying
better,
that bit when
but
he was making his suit.
I enjoy him making it, but then I also think it is based quite a lot on Iron Man technology, which isn't really the Spider-Man character.
Well, yeah, because in the comics, you obviously see Spider-Man quite often make his own inventions for his suit, doesn't he?
Well, exactly, yeah. And yeah, like just some of the more teenage elements of it I found a bit cringy. And obviously the relationship. I really like this version of MJ a lot more than Mary Jane from like the Spider-Man films. But
Right.
I'm just not into relationshipy stuff, so I just found it a bit like boring and unnecessary because it's not just him getting in a relationship, it's his friend Ned who's also in a
Yeah.
relationship. I just prefer none of that was there. On the other hand, all the Mysterio special effects I thought were outstanding. Like the scenes with Mysterio were amazing.
Yeah, they were. How
I would say though, I was a bit disappointed when in the end you found out it was drones that was controlling all of it.
Yeah, I was also disappointed because I thought now it's his own power. But at the
Yeah,
same time, I'm disappointed. At the same time, I'm not because that's why he stole Tony Stark's glasses, wasn't it? So he could attain the power to control his drones in that way.
yeah, and I think Jake Gyllenhaal's a great actor, but I do feel like his character's a bit one note. Like, fair enough, Tony Stark has done him wrong in the past, but it's a bit
Yeah, you
harsh
definitely
to
couldn't
just
do a second
to
film
just
with him,
turn
could
as
you?
crazy as he does, and even the people he works with. Like, fair enough, Tony Stark's like fucked them over, but they're willing to kill a child, like a kid.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Um,
Mm.
Especially because in the beginning of the MCU, a lot of the Marvel villains weren't very well developed because it was more about developing characters. But as they've progressed in the Phase 3, I feel like the villains have got a lot better. Like with your Killmonger, your Thanos, your Michael Keaton's Vulture. I think they've got better.
Yeah, they have definitely gotten better from the first days of Marvel.
Yeah. So I think this is just a bit of a downfall because even though Mysterio's power is amazing and it's all very interesting, it's just his motivations, in my opinion, is a bit lackluster.
Yeah, it was just annoying his project got terminated by Tony Stark, right? And that's why he set out revenge against Spider-Man, kind of.
It's just annoying because he's such a phenomenal actor. I am interested though to see if he is still alive because you don't actually see him die. Well,
No,
see him
you
die,
don't
but
do
you
it.
don't see the body after he's dead, so you don't know for sure. And before like I finish talking about why I love why this one's at this position on my list, I love the post-credit scene, like the end credit and post-credit scenes. The first one, when it's revealed like Peter Parker's Spider-Man, what the fuck? Like
Yeah.
honestly, it was mental.
Like,
I'm really annoyed though because I watched a YouTube video and he was speaking about a leak, and in the leak, it said that these were going to be the post credit and the mid credit scene, and it mentioned J. Jonah Jameson returning. So when I saw him, I was so thrilled, but it was disappointing because I knew it was going to happen, so I was expecting it. And I think it would have been so much better if I hadn't have read that. So now I don't read plot leaks in case that happens because it really does take away from your experience.
Yeah, you kind of know what to expect then, don't you?
Well, yeah. And even though I wasn't sure if it was fully true, it's just you've got it in the back of your mind. So if it does happen, it's not as exciting and shocking. So I don't read plot leaks anymore. And the Nick Fury one as well, turning into Talos. I love that because again, like I said, I love Talos, the Talos character. I think he's really funny. Talos.
Yeah.
I keep calling him Talos. I think it's Talos because his wife calls him Talos.
I actually forgot that bit about Nick Fury because where is he? So he's up in space, ain't he?
Space, isn't he? Which I also think is interesting to see where that moves forward. So,
like, will he meet up with Guardians of the Galaxy, or will he like go with Captain Marvel type thing?
Yeah, it's good because it's a funny little post-credit scene, but it's also got the potential to set a lot up.
Yeah. Because you also got obviously the second Spider-Man film, obviously you obviously had Spider-Man. Spider-Man 4, he was fighting the Eternals, weren't he?
Yeah.
And that's actually becoming its own film, ain't it? The Eternals, if I am correct.
Yeah, the Eternals. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So now it's a good little setup for one of the next films to find out what the Eternals actually are.
Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah. I don't think it'll tie much into the Eternals, though, if I'm honest.
No, I don't think it will. I just think it's a nice little head nod.
It's taken place over a long time, but I think it's very interesting to see how it could set up potential TV shows like Agents of Sword, like Sword, which is like the space version of Shield,
right,
and things like that. I think it's great to see how it could set all that stuff up, if I'm honest. So it is interesting, but that's the number 15 on my list. And what was yours again, number 15?
Captain America.
The First Avenger. Right, perfect.
Yeah.
So should we leave the list there for today? And then we can pick up on it another day, maybe ranking from like 15 to like maybe 15 to our top, or we'll just wait and see. Depends how much time we've got on different days, I suppose. But for the time being, just run me through your list from number 23 to number 15.
Right. So obviously it was Hulk 4, Thor 2, Iron Man 2, Captain Marvel, Ant-Man 2, Ant-Man, Black Panther, and Captain America.
Okay, and mine is 23, The Incredible Hulk, 22, Iron Man 3, 21, Thor the Dark World, number 20, Iron Man 2, number 19, the first Thor film, number 18, the first Captain America film, Captain America the First Avenger, number 17, Doctor Strange, number 16, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and number 15, Spider-Man Far From Home. But as a joint list, I'll go through what we've got. So number 23, we've got The Incredible Hulk. Number 22, we've got Thor the Dark World. Number 21, Iron Man 2. Number 20, Thor. And number 19, Captain America the First Avenger. So I actually think we're doing quite well, considering we've got 19 on our joint list and we're only on number 15. That's quite good going, because I've seen other people's lists where they do a joint one and literally some of them are down to like number 5 and they're still only on like number 15 in their ranking together. So I think we must have quite similar thoughts, but also some that differ quite a lot. But yeah, I think I've enjoyed that. And again, it's good to see how people's opinions vary. So I think we'll end that one here and then pick up again with our number 14s on our ranking list and then see how we go from there. Hey guys, it's Bridie and Dean back with the second part of our MCU ranking. So last time we left off, we spoke about our rankings 23 through to number 15, and now we're ready to pick it back up, starting with number 14. So Dean, do you want to begin or should I start? Because I can't quite remember who finished last time.
I think I finished last time, and let's be gentlemen, let's say ladies go first.
Okay. So I think this one's going to be quite controversial, but at number 14, I've actually got Captain Marvel.
Ooh.
Yeah. Can you remember where Captain Marvel was on your list?
I think Captain Marvel was on my list at number 19.
Oh,
so very high up.
Yeah, it's not too much of a difference. But I suppose if you consider there's only 23 movies, then it is quite a big gap. So I'll just quickly go over the main reasons why I liked the film, and it's actually number 14 on my list. So as I mentioned when you were talking about it, I'm really not a big fan of cats at all. Like, I really despise cats. And in this film, I actually started to like the cat. And even the interactions with Nick Fury, even though like you expect Nick Fury to be this big, strong, and like mysterious guy, who's like, I don't know, you just wouldn't expect him to be the way he is. And I think that's another like element to the movie that I really enjoyed, was seeing this other side to Nick Fury. Like the comedic side to him and just the young, naive like Nick Fury. I just thought that was really interesting. And I'm not gonna lie, the CGI in my opinion was really good. Like Samuel Jackson actually looked really young. Did you think it was? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that CGI was very good in it, because another example would be like It Chapter 2, and they made the kids look the exact same age as in the first It.
Yeah.
And I agree with you in that it's good to show that character as young, because he'd be young and naive. He doesn't have all the experience we all know for him to have in the later films. So yeah, all good points.
Yeah, I think that's mainly what made the movie for me. I mean, I can understand why a lot of people don't like it, because Captain Marvel, I wasn't really interested in her character, and considering she's the main character, you should be most invested in her. But I mean, I felt the movie went quickly, so it was still an enjoyable experience for me. I quite like the space elements to it. I know a lot of the aliens kind of look similar to humans and things like that, but I still thought it was quite interesting. And the twist with the Skrulls was really interesting in my opinion, and I love Ben Mendelsohn as the main villain, so that's the reason I've got it at number 14. But what did you have at your 14?
At number 14, I had Doctor Strange at number 14.
Doctor Strange. Right, so on our joint list, this is where we're going to have a bit of a debacle, you see, because I've already said Doctor Strange and you've already said Captain Marvel. So we have to decide between us now whether we're going to put Doctor Strange or Captain Marvel as number 18 on our joint list.
Oh, that's very difficult. Well,
It
I
is.
guess it comes. I'll say it comes down to this one question: how many times have you seen Doctor Strange? Or how many times have you seen Captain Marvel?
For me personally, I think I've seen Doctor Strange maybe 2 or 3 times, and Captain Marvel I've seen about 5. So I've actually seen Captain Marvel more.
I'll
Um,
say I'm the complete opposite.
yeah, I guessed you would say that. If you give me your points, I might be willing to put Doctor Strange above Captain Marvel. So if you want to go
Well,
through your points about why you really like the movie, and then we can make a decision.
well, I really like his progression during the whole story because it starts off with him being he's brilliant at his job. He's number one in the world, and then he's a bit full of himself, to be honest. At this point, like he's just driving around in his bloody sports car, and then he has a crash, and then spoilers alert, and he just like messes up all his hands, so he can't use his hands anymore. Then he tries for months and months and months to get it repaired, but it comes up short, and then he somehow finds this guy who was, I believe he was disabled, and he learned magic to use his legs again. So it's all about how I think it's good because it's all about how selfish Doctor Strange was to how he is now, not being selfish, like helping other people, saving the world. And I just really liked all the special effects in it, with all the buildings colliding, going into a bit like intersection. I just really enjoyed the scenes, and for me, the film just went really fast.
Yeah. It's a hard one because I found the Doctor Strange character a lot better in Infinity War, whereas I think he should have been better developed in his own movie. And I kind of found his character similar to Tony Stark, but there are aspects of it that I would consider to place it above Captain Marvel, like the visual aspects of it are stunning. And I do think he's got a character moment, an emotional moment, because originally I thought his shift was a bit sudden, but when I did rewatch it, I think the scene between him and the Ancient One just before she passes away, that is like the Tony Stark's turn moment that he has in the first Iron Man. I think that was that part for Doctor Strange, and Captain Marvel
Mm.
doesn't quite have that aspect to it. So for that reason, I'll be willing to put Captain Marvel further down on the list than Doctor Strange. So that would mean Captain Marvel is number 18 on our joint list, and coming in at number 17 would be Doctor Strange, yeah?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Are you happy?
You should be, because I've given you a point there, so
You have indeed.
yeah, you must be. Right, so I went this time, so now it's your turn. Number 13.
Right, so for 13,
Yep.
I have said Captain America 2, The Winter Soldier, because
Yeah, go on.
I
I can't believe you've got it here, but go on.
really, well, I really
Yeah.
enjoyed the whole, yeah.
No, I'm saying, yeah, I can't believe you've got
Oh,
it there. It's so low down, in my opinion, but yeah, sorry.
well, I just really enjoyed the whole thing about Captain America trying to find his old friend Bucky and try to bring back his memories. Because what, he's not seen him since World War II. Basically, he thought he was dead, and he just finds out that he's still alive, and it's all about him trying to get back his best friend, basically. And there's some really cool scenes in it, like the scene where he jumps when he's in the Hector later, and that whole fight scene. And then I also believe in the Winter Soldier 2, that's when he finds out that Hydra is basically 50% of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and then they have that massive power fight between who's good and who's bad. And
Yeah.
I just thought it was a really good film.
Um, yeah, I definitely agree. I've got it higher on my list, so I definitely agree with all the positive points. I'm shocked at how low it is on your list. So are there a few aspects to it that you dislike quite a lot? Because I mean, 13's quite low, in my opinion.
Well, But the things I dislike about it is, God, I'm thinking now. I just not watched it enough for it to be better on my list. I think that's my problem. I just not. It's not something where I look at my Marvel DVD collection and I thought, oh, on the pill on that one over something that's like lower down on my list. It is enjoyable, but I just don't think it's that you can just put it on like once every week.
I get
I
what you
think
mean. I think because the story is so complex and it's got some of the most like exciting character development, um, it does seem a bit like a slower burn. Um,
yeah,
I would say it's one of the better made films of the MCU, but sometimes they are less rewatchable because when you're going into a superhero film, what you want is that big action scenes and all the characters joining together. That's what people look for. They just look for that popcorn movie excitement type of thing. And the Winter Soldier's a bit more complex than that, I think.
mm,
So I do see where you're coming from, but I'll speak about it a bit more when we get to it on my list. So at
right,
number 13, I've got Ant-Man and the Wasp. Um,
right.
and the reason, like, I know a lot of people don't like it that much, but the reason I've got it at number 13 is because I loved most of the film. I loved the relationship between Scott Lang and his daughter Cassie. Like, I've always enjoyed that, like, carrying over from the first film. And I think the beginning bit where him and her are like in his house and they set up some traps and things like that, I thought that was really interesting. And I like the way, even though Civil War was such a massive event and very emotional for most of the characters in the film, I like that Scott still retains his comedy and even with the side effects, like he's got the anklet thing. I don't know what it's called. Do you know when you go to like you've been detained or whatever, you're out of prison, but you're not allowed to like leave the premises type of thing?
Under house arrest.
Yeah, you're under house arrest. So he's got like this thing on his ankle. And even like the fact like they don't treat it dead seriously, they make a joke about it. And even the jokes in the movie where him and the Wasp they're having that bit of a argument because Scott obviously stole the suit and went and fought with Captain America in Civil War and he calls him Cap and then she's like Cap as if to say like what are you best friends with Captain America now. I really enjoy all that comedy. And all the supporting cast in Ant-Man, like I love. I think Michael Douglas's Hank Pym is great. And then in this film, they got Michelle Pfeiffer, who's an amazing actress, the old Catwoman, obviously. Um, the only issue I would say is like she is slightly underused because you don't see much of her in the movie. But with there usually being trilogies in the MCU and like Ant-Man being announced for a third movie, I think that's something we'll get to see more of. I definitely think we'll see her more, and I liked just the little setup to the quantum realm as well as the villain because with the villain, like you understood her motivation. She wasn't just a bad version of the main characters. Like she was an example of how this technology and like science magicy stuff can go wrong and really make people suffer. So I feel bad for her in ways because she is literally just trying to survive. Um, and I like the twist because in the comics, Ghost was originally an Iron Man villain and he was male, whereas in this one it's like obviously a young female actress. And I like the way the visualized her
I actually remember reading that.
abilities as well. What did you say
Yeah.
there? Sorry, I was talking, so I like couldn't hear what you said.
Oh, I said I also remember reading that fact when before I watched the actual film that Ghost was a male Iron Man villain. So that is pretty cool how they we fitted her for that film role. I'll give them that, but yeah, it just
Bear with me
wasn't
one
really.
second. I think somebody's just at my door. 1 second. Sorry, I think somebody's needed. I think it might be Ross. Sorry, carry on. Yeah, what were you saying?
The
Wait, I'll have to open
problem
the
about
door.
that film is for me, it's just I just wasn't at the edge of my seat in the cinema. It was just a slow burner for me.
Yeah, I get what you mean, and a lot of people don't have it very high on their list. Sorry about that little break. But yeah, like you said, you weren't a massive fan. I was. It's just difference of opinions, I suppose, isn't it?
Hmm.
I like the comedy aspect out of it, but a lot of people don't really like it, so I think that's what it is. Right, sorry about the little interruption there. Should we just move on then to number 12, which will be mine
Yep.
actually, won't it? Oh, I need to add Ant-Man and the Wasp to our list actually. Um, Ant-Man and the Wasp. Right, so that is number 16. Yep, so my number 12, I've got Spider-Man, Spider-Man Homecoming. I'll
Ooh.
speak a little bit about that, yeah. So obviously this is the second appearance of Spider-Man in the MCU because obviously he debuts in Captain America Civil War the year before, but it's his first solo appearance in the MCU. Um, See, it seems quite high on my list, but there is only 23 movies in the MCU, and I did actually really enjoy this movie. The first time I watched it, I didn't enjoy it as much, but then with repeated watchings, I really started to enjoy it a lot more because I understood what to expect. Like, having only seen the Sam Raimi films and the Mark Webb films, the actors were always a bit older, and they didn't really seem like they were in high school or college to me. Whereas this version it did, but because I wasn't used to it, I don't think I liked it the first time I watched it because it was more of like a teen drama type of film. Um, but once I knew what I was like, what to expect, I think I started to like it a bit more. And I am happy they skipped over the origin story. I didn't really
Yeah, I'm
see that
happy about
bit.
that.
It's the same with the Batman. Like, I don't feel like I need to see a Batman origin again. I know what's happened. Same with Spider Man. Um, but yeah, I think it's got some really good aspects to it. I thought the villain, the Vulture, was amazing. Michael Keaton's obviously great in every role he plays anyway. But the twist where he's actually the father of the love interest, Liz Allen, um,
Yep.
I thought that was a great twist. And I remember seeing it at the cinema with my dad, and his face when he saw it, I could tell he was shocked. And it was the second or third time I was seeing it, and I was sat there excited, waiting for his response when he saw that. So that was a really great aspect of it. And yeah, I like the way they show he's getting used to his powers, so he's not fully aware of what he's doing, and how obviously he gets his friend to take off the training wheels protocol from his new suit from Iron Man, and he can't control it. And I do like the bit where he has to grow as well and use his old suit, but he's still there. I think that shows who Spider Man's character really is. Like, it doesn't matter what suit he wears, it's the person that he is that makes him want to be a hero. Do you know what I mean? It's not the flashiness or the publicity he gets. It's just his, I don't know what it's called, like motivation. He just wants to be a hero and help people out because obviously in the comics he loses Uncle Ben and blames himself for it. He's got
Yep.
obviously great power, great responsibility, and I think that still shows in the film despite not having the origin. So for that reason, I did really enjoy the movie. What about
What do you
yourself?
think? What did you think though of the twist they did? Because obviously they made his aunt hot and did a whole Tony Stark flirting with his aunt. Did you enjoy that aspect? Because that
Um,
came out of the blue, didn't it?
I'm not going to say I enjoyed it, but I just don't dislike it because at the end of the day, like I do think it is a bit strange that in the other films, like why is his auntie so old?
In the 90s.
Well, in some of them, like in the Sam Raimi ones, she's quite an old woman, like maybe meant to be in her
Yep.
70s or 80s. And like when I look at my uncles and aunties, they're not that much older than my mum. So I'm like, or like my dad, do you know what I mean? They're similar ages. So it's not like like I would picture if Peter Parker's meant to be our age, he would, or like he's even younger than us, should I say? So he's maybe what, 16 or something, 15, because he's in high school.
Yeah.
What, he wouldn't really have a 90-year-old auntie, would he? Because that would mean his
No, he wouldn't.
like. I just don't think that would happen because then his parents would have to be what, like at least in their 60s or 70s or something, and then if they left him a few years ago, that means they would have been having him when they're very up. Like, I just don't think it makes that much sense. I'd understand it more if it was like his grandma rather than his auntie, but it's his auntie. So I didn't mind that, and I think it's more relatable to like what real life is like now, to be honest. Like, teenagers nowadays don't go home and get like a cooked meal off their auntie or parental figures and sit down at a dinner table as a family. They probably go home, go in their bedrooms, go on some games or do their own thing, and then their parents will call them when it's tea, and they either take it to their room or they'll like watch something whilst they're eating. They're not just going to sit at the dinner table and do that. Do you know what I mean? So I think the Raimi films and the Mark Webb films are a bit more outdated. So I like the new aspect to the Homecoming film. But do you want to say your number 12?
Yeah, my number 12 was not Spider-Man, but Spider-Man 2. So far away from home.
Spider-Man Far From
Home.
Yeah, Spider-Man Far From Home, yeah. Okay, I'll put that one on our list. So Spider-Man Far From Home, because I've already said that as my number 15. So that now goes on to our list. So why have you got it here?
I got it there because I really enjoyed all the visual effects while I watched it in the cinema. I think it's great because it shows what life was like after Endgame, after the obviously that it is after Endgame, ain't it? I don't mind thinking that.
Yeah, that was the last MCU film that's come out actually. Yeah, because obviously.
Yeah, and that was it. Because it's all about him, Spider-Man, trying to obviously not get over, but obviously recover from his mentor's death, and he trying to work out who he is in the hero. Does he need to step up, or is he to stay in New York and be the local friendly Spider-Man? And I just really enjoyed the part in the film where obviously his suit gets destroyed, he gets into the jet, Tony Stark's jet, and he just starts building his own suit using Stark's technology. It's a bit annoying though, because obviously Spider-Man in the comic books and the old films, he's always invented his own gadgets and suits. But I think it's a quite good take, a good new look at it, because he is still in school and obviously he's not that have the money or the grant to build his own technology yet. I just thought it was a good film.
Yeah. No, I agree with a lot of your points. Like I said, it was number 15 on mine, but I had nothing against the movie. It's just that I found aspects of the other movies more enjoyable, personally, which is why it ranked quite low on my list. But yeah, I think it's your turn now, isn't it? So if you want to
it's my turn.
With your number 11. Right.
My number 11 is Iron Man 3.
Iron Man 3, and I believe I've already said that, because Iron Man 2 is actually my 22nd film, so it's very low down on mine. But so that'll go at number 14 in our joint ranking. Yeah, so how come so high? Like, usually this is ranked very low on people's lists.
See, I really enjoyed it. I've watched it multiple times, and I just really enjoyed all Tony Stark's like suits of armor, how he's coping with PTSD. I think it's PTSD, and I just love how he's coping with it all. And then there's obviously that scene where he loses his suit, so he just goes into the local DIY store, just buy a load of equipment, starts building his own gadgets, and go to infiltrate. Oh, what's his name? I should know it.
Who are we talking about?
The one that was in the film, he was paid to act as that certain Iron Man villain.
Oh, the guy who was playing the Mandarin, but his real name is
Yeah,
Trevor Slattery, and he's an actor.
yeah, that's it. Like, I'm really enjoying that scene. The only thing, though, that this did disappoint me, well, it's completely stupid, is at the very end when Tony Stark's girlfriend obviously got the superpower and that she could like shoot planes from her hands, if I can remember. Why would you not want to keep that? See, if that was me, I would want to keep it.
Yeah.
If it was like nuclear and you could die from it, yes, then fine. I do understand why you would get rid of it. But personally, I would keep it. And I just really enjoyed the ending fight scene when he just calls in all his suits of armor. They're all basically turned into droids. And then he's like switching from suit to suit as one gets destroyed. I just thought it was a really cool film. And if they ever do Iron Man 4, I think the kid from Iron Man 3, the one who gets all the presents at the very end, and who was also in Endgame at Tony Stark's funeral, I
Yeah.
think it'd be cool to see him to take up the mantle as like Iron Kid or something. I think that could be a cool way to go.
Yeah, because people have speculated about that because there's a character in the comics called Iron Lad who is actually Kang the Conqueror, if you've ever heard of Kang the Conqueror.
No, I
So
haven't actually.
Kang the Conqueror is a traveler, sorry, and Iron Lad is an like alternative or younger version of Kang the Conqueror. But Kang the Conqueror is also, is it? No, it's not Nathaniel, I don't think. Is it? Yeah, I think he's Nathaniel Richards, which is the son of Susan Storm and um oh my god, I've blanked on his name. It's not Mr. Fantastic, what's his first name? Reed Richards, that's it. Reed Richards and
That's it.
Susan Storm. Um, yeah, I think Nathaniel Richards is their son, so it would all tie into the Fantastic Four as well. But that being said, it's recently been announced that there's an Iron Heart TV show being developed by Disney Plus. I think it's Disney Plus. Um, and Iron Heart is sorry, my voice went a bit funny. Iron Heart is actually uh, oh, what's going on here? A female version of the Iron Man character. She's like a 15-year-old high school student, but she's very intelligent.
Oh, was that a comic book first?
Her name's, yeah, it's Riri Williams. She looks.
Because
I don't know if her design was based a bit off Rihanna as well. I'm not
yeah,
quite.
because yeah.
Um, but yeah, so I suppose that's all up in the air, and the possibilities are, limitless. It just depends what Kevin Feige and the heads at Marvel decide to do. Uh,
Hmm.
so yours was Iron Man 3. That was number 11, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So my number 11 was actually the first Iron Man film. Um, when I first watched this, I wasn't a massive fan because I just don't like Iron Man's character. I still don't. I'm still not a big Tony Stark fan. Like I am a lot more, but that's only happened since Endgame and the very end of Endgame. Because even before that, like before the very end, and I was thinking he's still being a bit of an arse in Endgame. So I've never really liked Tony Stark. But I rewatched the first Iron Man a few weeks ago with my brother, and I just really enjoyed it, and I was surprised at how much I enjoyed it. Um, and I'm also one of them people who loves things like training montages and seeing how people develop and how they work hard to build themselves up. So I love the first Iron Man because obviously the first part he is, you know, he's an
In
arsehole
the
and he loves
cave.
himself, and then he gets put into the situation that he can't really cope with, and you see him start to break down a bit emotionally, and then obviously he makes friends with that, what's his name, Hanson. I always forget his name, the guy in the cave. I think it's Hansen or something along them lines.
I can't remember.
And when he dies, that's obviously quite upsetting. But yeah, I like to see just the breakthrough of that, and then how he comes back, and when he's coming back, he's still on this journey, and it shows it has actually changed him. And I love the way he's just building up his suits and experimenting, and he's trying like 1% thrust capacity, and it's shooting him all the way up. And looking back on it now, it shows how much he's developed as a character, and with his power set and everything along them lines, all of his suits and stuff. So I love all of that, and I think the supporting cast is really good in it. Like Pepper Potts, I think she's really good. Happy Hogan, I think he's good. I did think Terrence Howard was good as War Machine, but now we've got Don Cheadle, I prefer him. But Terrence Howard still did a very good job in my opinion. Was there was something else? Oh yeah, the ending of it as well. I just think it's amazing. Obviously, that end "I am Iron Man" line that just made the whole MCU. And that wasn't in the script. They were going to go with the original comic stories, because in the comics, Tony Stark isn't classed as Iron Man. Iron Man is Tony Stark's personal bodyguard in the comics, and that's who everyone thinks he is. So he's got an unknown identity. People just know he's Tony Stark's bodyguard. And they were going to do that in the movies. And then Tony Stark, so like Robert Downey Jr., was just like, nah, I'm not going with that, and said the line. And then the whole MCU is different because of it, but it's the MCU that we love. So I appreciate Robert Downey Jr. for that improvisation as well. And it's just made the whole MCU, really, hasn't it? And the introduction to Nick Fury as well in the post-credit scene was like, wow, this isn't just a film, this is going to be a franchise. Can they really?
Yeah, it was the birth of the franchise, wasn't it? It was a baby that kickstarted it all.
The Avengers, it was like they're going to try and bring this all together. I take it it's a bit higher on your list, so we can get to that when we get to it on your list as well, if you want.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So I'll go for number 12. Sorry, not number 12. Number 10 now, because you went last time. So my number 10 is Black Panther. So I'll have to pop that on our list now, because you have already said Black Panther, haven't you?
Yep, I have indeed. I think it was like 15 or 16, okay. One of the two.
Right, so I'll put Black Panther onto our list now. Perfect. So that's number 13 on our joint list. So I understood what you were saying earlier in our other ranking video about how it was really overhyped. And I do agree, like the film was way overhyped and everything like that. But when I look at the movie, the hype doesn't take away my experience, because going into it, I knew in my head, I'm not black, so I'm not going to be able to fully relate to these characters, and it's not going to have as much of an emotional impact on me as it would on, say, a black audience who have never seen a superhero of their race before. So I knew it probably wouldn't have that much of an impact, like as much of an impact on me. But when I look at the film, it's still an amazing film. Like, it's really complex. The villain, Killmonger, I think he's really complex, and he's the polar opposite to T'Challa, but his motivations make sense, and he actually influences T'Challa's decisions in the future. And even you get a bit of backstory on T'Challa's dad, obviously, T'Chaka, and you see he's not the greatest person. And I love the line that they say, like, a great man can't be a great king, or something along them lines. Like, there's a fine line between it, because a king has to make certain decisions that as a man you shouldn't have to just make, like going out and killing somebody for your country, but you wouldn't want to do that emotionally because it's going to damage you. So I think the character arcs are really complex, and obviously especially with Killmonger, you really feel for him. I like the action scenes, even though they're not as good as what I would have liked. A few of them are. They're quite slow in my opinion, and they're not loads of explosions like I expect from the MCU, but that change is nice. Like the Warrior Falls fights are very nice because it's it is slower paced and it's not loads of explosions, but that's a nice change because it's tradition.
Yeah.
And I must admit, the whole, like, the set pieces, the world building of Wakanda and the
Yeah,
costumes,
Wakanda's amazing.
the costumes are phenomenal in the film. Like, they're definitely some of the best, if not the best, MCU costumes as of now, I think. And I love the costume designer really explored African traditions and their culture and what they wore. And you can see that because the tribes actually wear traditional garments and things like that. So yeah, I just thought overall it is a great movie. Despite all the hype, I thought it was great, and the soundtrack is amazing. So that definitely elevates it a bit more, in my opinion. And it's funny because before this movie, I didn't like Kendrick Lamar and his style of music. I wasn't really a big fan of that. But after this film, I definitely was.
Did you enjoy the final battle though? Because that's what really
I think,
disappointed me about it.
yeah, I think the CGI was off in the final battle. It looked a bit like a video game. So yeah, the final battle wasn't the greatest. Um, and I don't think all the action was, but I think as a overall movie, it was great. But yeah, the final battle would be the one or two things that I would say I didn't really like in the film is that final battle, and also killing off Claw because I really like Claw. So I wish we could have seen him survive for a bit longer in the MCU, but you never know. They could
Wait,
always do resurrections. I doubt it's going to happen, but at least we got his amazing performance in the film, so I'm happy with that.
was Claw the one though that played Gollum in Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, Andy Serkis.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is him.
yeah,
Yeah, he's great. That guy.
yeah. So yeah, he's very good in the film. And yeah, that's my opinions on my number 10 movie, Black Panther. So if you want to go with your number 10.
Right, my number 10 is Guardians of the Galaxy 2. That is
See,
my number
I've already
10.
said that actually. And you know what? I've put Black Panther as 13, but we could probably take that off because we'll have to decide whether we put Guardians 2 or Black Panther there. Now, after I've made my points about Black Panther, you might be more considerate of mine. So I'll let you make your points about Guardians 2, and
Right.
then we can decide. Yeah. So if you go ahead and make your points about why you liked Guardians 2.
Right, the reason why I like Guardians 2 because I like the fact that during the film it showed the original cast of the Guardians of the Galaxy in the comic books. I thought that was a really good hint at what they were when they first came out, and
Like
then what the actual
Sylvester
team is now.
Stallone's character, and all
Yeah,
that, Starhawk, and
yeah,
yeah. Hmm.
yeah. I really enjoyed that. And though it was a bit short lived, I'm just glad that they put that in there, and
Yeah,
I
they
just
referenced it.
yeah, I just really liked his the I should know his name. What's the guy, the blue guy with the arrow, if I could say arrow.
Oh,
What's his name?
Yondu.
Yeah, Yondu. Like I thought he was great in Guardians of the Galaxy too. Like
Yeah.
it was just so good, and then he got that upgrade for his metal mohawk basically, and that was wicked. The only thing I was a little bit disappointed was the ending battle again, but only one small detail is when he turns into a giant Pac-Man and just start attacking Eagle like that. And that's the only thing that disappointed me in that. Well, that and the soundtrack was not as good as Guardians of the Galaxy 1, but I guess we can let that live. And
But the
Baby
soundtrack is still
Groot,
so good.
it is still good, but it's not nowhere near as good as the soundtrack in Guardians of the Galaxy 1.
But I'm thinking more
I
along
don't
the
think.
lines of comparing Black Panther to Guardians 2 because they both got very good soundtracks.
Mm.
Um,
I mean, we can't just base it off in the soundtrack world, though, can we?
well, no. So what are you thinking then? It is Black Panther and Guardians 2. The way I see it is thinking about both, if you think about both them movies, think about key scenes in both them movies.
Yeah,
Which
I
one
mean, for key scenes, you got to give it to Black Panther because Wakanda plays a big impact in the later films.
Yeah.
So I reckon it should be Guardians and Black Panther. So make Black Panther the better film.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. So you're giving it to me. Right.
I'm giving it to you.
Guardians comes in at number 13, and then that would mean Black Panther comes in at number 12 on the joint ranking. Okay. So now we're down to number 9 on our personal list, and it's your turn.
Right, for number 9, I said Civil War.
Right, I'm surprised you've got it this low again, but actually number 9 is quite high. Do you want to speak a little bit about Civil War then? Like what you like and what you don't like about it?
I'm going to start off what I didn't like with it. I'm a bit contradicted because in Civil War, obviously in the comic books, you had so many more characters, and that's why I'm a bit contradicting myself because obviously you can't have all the characters in Civil War. And that one thing that really annoyed me was when Ant-Man turned into a giant and started fighting as a giant. That bit seemed really slow motion to me. Why would you be a slow motion as a giant? Surely you still be punching at normal speed. But I'm guessing even that bit it would look slow motion. I don't know. I just didn't really enjoy that bit. But it was quite. Another good thing was it was great how they also introduced Spider-Man into the universe. That was great. And the whole rivalry between Iron Man and Captain America, and how Iron Man is basically sticking with the government, where Captain America is saying no, we need to do what we need to do. We are not the government's weapons. That was a really cool conflict. And then that scene as well when half of Captain America's team is stuck in prison and they go to basically get them all out. That was really cool because they show how bad that top security prison is. It's just in the middle of ocean, waves going everywhere, and the only way in or out is by helicopter. It's a good film, but I just wanted more. But obviously, you can't get more because it's not a comic book.
Yeah, that's one of the things a lot of people say, and even though I'm a comic fan, I disagree with it quite a lot because I think at the end of the day they're a different medium, and if you did adapt it, say it was possible, it wouldn't be because obviously they didn't own all the character rights, and I think the budget would just be way too high. It's not. You can draw anything you want. You can't film anything you want. People's bodies can't bend and stretch like Mr. Fantastic in the Fantastic Four comics. It's not possible. So the amount you would have to spend. The thing is with comics and drawing and things like that, the possibilities are literally limitless, whereas in film it's not. And like I said, it is a different medium. And the other reason I'm happy it wasn't exactly the same is because, well, for that reason, you don't want everything to be exactly the same. Like,
yeah,
I don't think you want everything to be the exact same. Because then it'd feel like you wouldn't want to watch the same movie over and over and over again. I mean, sometimes I might if it's a Marvel movie, you never know. But you just get bored of the repetitiveness, and if nothing changes, then nothing can shock you. And it stops eliciting different emotions. Like with films, I think they should create a response in the audiences. But if you've read it and you know exactly what's going to happen, then how can it do that? Do you know what I mean? And that's also the part of like Civil War. Like not Civil War, sorry, Captain America: The Winter Soldier. I love Captain America: The Winter Soldier, but I do think it would have been better. It's probably more enjoyable, and it hit them fans harder who hadn't read the comics and didn't know that the Winter Soldier was Bucky Barnes until they saw the film. Whereas fans like me, for example, knew it was Bucky Barnes going into it. So when we saw it, it was a shock, and it is emotional to see Steve's response, but it's still not as hard hitting as what it will have been to people who didn't have a clue that was Bucky Barnes. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean, but probably though, I would say more than 50% or even maybe 60% probably would not read the comic books and probably would just go and watch it for the first time in the cinema.
Yeah,
So
that is true.
I do kind of agree with you, but at the same time, you could make the same point about books. So, like, quite often, the book is always better than the film adaptation, but that's because they can't get everything in the book into the film.
The thing is with
But
Civil War as well, though, we care so much about the conflict because we care about the characters. We've seen Iron Man being built up and change. We've seen Captain America change. We've seen all these characters change and build up. So to try and fit in all these other characters, like that's why Black Panther and Spider-Man, their introductions were amazing, but you don't find out loads about them. That's why they have their movies. That's why Black Panther only takes a week after Civil War, because we still need to find out who this character really is. So if you were to have all them characters, nobody would get development, and you probably wouldn't care as much about the conflict because it's not as personal.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm passionate about Civil War. I like Civil War a lot, but yeah, it's your opinion. And it's number 9. It's still not really low on the list, so I take it you still like it quite a lot.
Yeah, I do like it quite a lot. I mean, there are better Marvel films out there, in my opinion, but we'll get on to that later on.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so I'll go for my number 9 now, and I've also got a team up movie. Number 9 for me is Avengers, the first Avengers.
Really?
Yep, the first Avengers. Yep. Obviously, the first time I saw this movie, it was spectacular. I think everybody had that opinion, and nobody was expecting it. I mean, I was 11 at the time when it came out. So obviously, I think that was an experience that nobody can, what's it called? Like,
Take away.
Yeah, downgrade. Yeah, that's the one. Because it was such a massive film. It was something that nobody thought could actually happen. Even when there was the cameo in Iron Man. Iron Man was a great film. Then you had the cameo and people thought, can they really do this though? Like, I think this is just fantasy. Can they really do this? And then obviously you got the Incredible Hulk and Iron Man 2, which weren't really considered great films. And the first 4 and first Captain America. So if you just watch them, you wouldn't really think somebody could create something like this. And then Joss Whedon came in and put it all together, teamed them all up perfectly, showed some great dynamics between them, developed Loki a little bit and everything like that. And yeah, I just think it is an amazing film. It's hard to talk about it because it is just an amazing film, bringing all the characters together. And I think it would rank higher, but the reason it doesn't rank that much higher is because at the time of seeing it, I think your first viewing experience is a massive thing. Like Avatar, the film Avatar was the first film I saw in 3D, and it always sticks in my mind because it's the first ever film I've seen in 3D. So at the time of seeing the Avengers, I wasn't a massive Marvel fan. So I loved it, but I wasn't like absolutely astonished and over the moon and everything like that. So it's still had a massive impact on me when rewatching it, but it didn't have like an impact where it's made me get into the MCU. Does that make sense? And I think because I was quite young as well at the time I watched it.
Yeah, that does make sense.
It. But going back, it is still an amazing film. I just think I like the action or other aspects of other films a bit more.
See, I think the reason why I like it more because I think it's the first film when he really showed how good Hulk is and how funny he can be. Like when he just picks up Loki and starts banging him side to side and he says puny god and just drops off basically. I think that's the first film where they properly showed off Hulk. I think that's why it's more further down on my list because I just thought he was really good.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the Hulk's really good in it. But I'm not a massive Hulk fan, so yeah, it's just different opinions again.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's just one of them.
But should I say no on the break?
Isn't it my go? Because didn't you say it last time?
Yeah, I said Civil War, didn't I?
Yeah. So this is going to be quite controversial. So obviously my number 9 was Avengers, and my number 8 is actually Avengers: Age of Ultron.
So why is Avengers Age of Ultron better than the first Avengers? Like,
So in
what
my
did they
opinion,
do?
it's better because Age of Ultron's actually the film that I watched in 2015 that got me into the MCU. So it holds a special place in my heart because without seeing that film, I wouldn't be into the MCU, which now makes up a massive part of my life. So that's reason number 1. Also, watching that film, when they do the 360-degree shot rotating around all the Avengers at the end, fighting the robots in slow motion, that's what inspired
Fighting
me to
Ultron.
yeah, pardon?
Fighting Ultron, aren't they?
Yeah, like all the Ultron bots. That is what inspired me to want to work in film and TV. So not only has it inspired a lot of my life with regards to what I'm interested in now, and the MCU and comics and all of that, all my hobbies and interests. It's also really pushed me towards. It's told me what career path I want to go down, basically. And your career is a massive part of your life. It's what you're doing every day. So my hobbies and interests combined with my career makes up my whole day, my whole life, pretty much. So this film, I owe it all to this film, really. So it really holds a special place in my heart. Um, so that I would say that's the main reason. But I know a lot of people didn't like Ultron, but I actually quite like the quirky humour he's got. I find it quite funny. I know he's completely different in the comics, but again, I'm not against that because I like newer versions of things, and I think in the movie, in the context of the movie, it makes sense. Tony Stark developed him. If you think of the way Jarvis is very professional, but he still has a joke with Tony. I think if you look at it in that way, it makes sense why Ultron is the way he is. Um, so I like that. I do wish he'd stuck around a bit more, but that's something that could still be a possibility because in Spider-Man Homecoming you do see an Ultron bot head and its eyes glow red, which would make you think it's still alive, or still online or something. Um, and yeah, the introduction to Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver I really, really enjoyed because they're two of my favourite characters. Um, the few things that I would say is I didn't like the addition of the Thor scene where he just goes into the pond, and I think Joss Whedon obviously had a few discussions with the studio and they did intervene a bit, and there's a few aspects that he would have liked to develop further or just completely taken out, and I think you can see that a little bit in the film. And I didn't like the Quicksilver death scene because I really liked Quicksilver. And I think he's got an interest and power that I would have liked to see developed further in other movies. But other than that, I think it's a great film.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a really great film, and how that they obviously went to that town, wherever that town was, and the whole city was going up, and they were fighting against the clock. And then, yeah, it was really sad when Quicksilver died, and then it was a birth to another really powerful superhero, the Vision. Yeah, it is a really good film.
Yeah. And like I said, it's all this what I love about films, it all like different films affects people so differently, and the MCU is so subjective, so is film, just content in general is so subjective. So it affected me really personally, but for you it might not have. I could love it, you could hate it. That's what I love. That's why I like discussing why we've put things in certain places so you can see and understand why other people like things more than you or maybe like them less than you. Um
Mm.
but that was my number 8. So if you want to go for your number 8.
My number 8 was the first Iron Man film.
Okay, so I've already said Iron Man, so I'm going to pop that one on our list. And do you want to discuss that one a little bit from your point of view? Why you've got it there? What you liked, maybe what you didn't like?
Well, it was very similar points to you because I really enjoyed the whole scene when he was building up his suit, and then I also really enjoyed how they showed basically how he worked with Hot. That scene where he clapped his hands and all his Harley Cons just came up and he's just like throwing things side to side and he's building his suit and then he picks the colour of Mark 1 because of his favourite car. I want to say the Firebird. And I just really enjoyed all them factors. And then when I was younger, I enjoyed it even more because I just remember thinking, wow, this is great. How can they do all this in the film? The only bit that I was a bit annoyed with was when he breaks out of the cave. He's in the suit that he's made in the cave. He turns on the jetpack and he flies off and then he crashes into the desert. How did he just basically walk up and like basically be unscathed from that? Like I feel like you would have broken a leg or something. Yes, he's in an iron suit, and yes, the iron suit was working fine apart from certain bits. But you know,
Yeah, I agree with that one. I mean, I know he lands in the sand, but still, I think it is what's it called? Suspension of disbelief with that one.
yeah,
And obviously you do have to do that a little bit. Obviously considering they're superhero movies, so there are going to be aspects that are a bit, you know, not fully believable.
hmm.
But I agree. I agree with all your points. I do think it is a great film. Yeah.
Also, the Black Widow in the first Iron Man film.
The Who, sorry.
Were we introduced to Black Widow in Iron
Oh,
Man 1?
Black Widow was actually in Iron Man 2.
Iron Man.
Yeah, it's Iron Man 2 that Black Widow's
Ah,
introduced. Nick Fury's introduced in Iron Man 1, but it's the post-credit scene.
yeah, that's it.
But
And
yeah,
the other factor I really enjoy about Iron Man 1 is how they kind of made it realistic about how you can only fly up so high for before the ice infects with your iron suit. And I thought that was a really cool factor to how he won his first battle. Well,
yeah,
his
and I like
yeah
how you see in Infinity War as well when obviously he's adapted his suit, obviously, but Peter Parker's as well, so that he can breathe when he enters the upper
yeah.
atmosphere. I think that's quite interesting, and obviously it ties in later on, so it
Mm.
is a great aspect set up. Should we go for our number sevens?
Yeah, let's go for number 7s.
So that'll be you first.
Right, for number 7, I got Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Okay, so I've already got that, so I'm going to add that. Spider-Man Homecoming. Perfect. And do you want to speak a little bit about it?
The reason why it's at number 7 is because I think um, the villain is great in it. He's my favourite villain in all the Spider-Man films so far. I just think
Right.
he does a brilliant job, and the way their battle is also so good. And then obviously the final battle, Spider-Man lost his suit, then he had to wear his old suit, and like you said earlier, it's not the suit that makes the hero, it's the hero that makes a hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I
Yeah.
just really cool that, and then it was also very funny as well, like the whole the parenting controls on Stark's suit and how he's trying to unlock it, and then he activates kill mode, so he quickly turns off kill mode. I just think it's a very funny film, and it's I just think they've done really good job with it.
Yeah. I agree. I do think the Vulture's definitely one of the best MCU villains. Not gonna
Mm.
lie. Michael Keaton, obviously, great performer as always. Um, yeah, like I said, I gave my opinions on it earlier. I think Ned is really funny in it. Especially the part when obviously he's being the guy in the chair and the teacher comes in and she's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I was watching porn." Like, I just find that quite funny. He's taken teenage tropes and he put it into the movie. Um, yeah, the only thing I would say is the end battle doesn't really feel like an end battle for me. Like, it's just a helicopter crashing basically, or like an aeroplane crashing, and that's the proper end battle. And then like he just like the vulture's wing breaks and then he helps him out. I don't really think there's much of a battle, but I think the battle just before that, where obviously everything falls on top of him and you see that strength come through, and he has that mental battle with himself saying, "I am Spider-Man," because he doesn't have the suit, and at first he's asking for help and he is like a helpless child. I think that bit just before the end battle is great. So the lack of like a big end battle, it's not really a massive thing when you look at the movie as a whole. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much all my opinions on that one. Um, so for my number 7, I've got Ant-Man.
Ant-Man.
Yeah, and you said Ant-Man ages ago, so I'll put Ant-Man on
Yeah.
our list now. Um, yeah, I've got Ant-Man. I can't really well, I can explain why, but it's just, when you just love something and you can't really explain why you love it. I
Yeah.
don't see many faults in it. The only fault I can see is Yellow Jacket is just a straight up copy of Ant-Man. But other than that, I love every aspect of it. I love the heist element. I love how they show how smart Scott Lang is to begin with. I love the recurring joke of him saying he's not a robber. He says, "I didn't rob them, I burgled them," because rob implies threat and he's not threatening. Again, his relationship with his daughter and his motivation in the movie is his daughter. That's why he's doing this. I just love all the comedic aspects to it. Louise and his gang. I love all the cast. Like I said, the heist element. I love films as well that have training scenes in them, and they show you Ant-Man training. It's quite a large portion of it. And I think he's really relatable in how he reacts to things. Like, if a if an ant was bringing you a sugar cube, you would be like, "What is happening here?" Like, his facial expressions and just the way he acts to everything is really relatable in my opinion. And I love in the training montage as well when they're explaining all the different types of ants, like what they can do. I think that's really interesting. It's basically given like ants character development. It's really interesting in my opinion, and I love to see how they use that later on in the movie. Um, I love the Thomas the Tank scenes. I think it's really funny. I think it's comedic. Yeah, it's a bit like unbelievable. It probably wouldn't happen. And it does get a bit cheesy at the end, like the tank coming out the building and this and that. But at the end of the day, it's about a person that shrinks to the size of an ant and can talk to ants. So I'm happy to see it.
But does it remind you though of like just a general heist film, like Ocean 11 or
No,
Tower
that's why
Heist
it's
or
good
like
because with these superhero films, they have other aspects, but they're not just. It's not
about
just
the
a heist
heist?
film, or it's not just a comedy. It's genre spliced. It's a mixture of all of them, which I think elevates it beyond other movies. Because the heist, I would say, is only the first act of the movie, to be honest. I mean, it does get introduced when they're trying to break in for the yellow jacket suit as well, but it is mainly just the beginning of it, I would say. Um, yeah, I just love Ant-Man. I've always really liked it. If somebody said choose a Marvel film to watch now, I'd probably choose Ant-Man. I think it's really rewatchable, really funny, great family film, and the Falcon appearance is really good. And Luis's storytelling is just It just elevates it. You don't need an amazing soundtrack when you've got Luis's stories in that film.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people will disagree, but that's why I want people to share their thoughts and comment and get in touch with us, obviously, to discuss their opinions. But for me, it has to be number 7. So yeah. But yeah, we can move down to number 6 now if you want, which would be me,
Yeah.
actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. I think so.
So I was thinking if we both do our number 6, and then we can end it there for today, and then for our last session, we can do our top 5. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a great plan.
Yep. Because you know the big 5 gotta have their own session, just so
Little
we can
section.
get that talking, you know, because I'll probably end up going on a lot about the ones that I really like. You know me.
Yep.
Okay, so my number 6 is Guardians of the Galaxy, number 1.
Oh,
Um,
how come?
I was waiting for you to say yours, but I don't know why. I'll discuss mine first. Oh well, what is there to say really? It's just a great film, great soundtrack, great cast, shocking cast as well. I mean, going into it, I didn't think Dave Bautista was going to be good. I knew him for being a wrestler. He's hilarious as Drax. All of his just his whole performance, I wasn't expecting that at all. Chris Pratt, I'd never seen him in anything, but I remembered everybody saying he's from Parks and Recreation or a show called that.
Yeah,
And he's
great
just
TV show.
the fat guy from there.
Yep.
So I was really happy to see him in it anyway, just because I appreciated and what's the word like appreciated, but what yeah, basically just I appreciated everything he had done for the role. It showed that he was really passionate for the role. So I thought he was great. Zoe Saldana, I'd never really seen her in anything. And then obviously you've got Vin Diesel as Groot and Rocket Raccoon, and Bradley Cooper as the voice of Rocket Raccoon. And yeah, I knew Bradley Raccoon. Bradley Raccoon. Oh my god, I'm mixing the actor and Rocket. Jesus. Bradley Cooper was a great actor because I've seen him in The Hangover. It's more comedic based things, which I think is obviously implemented into the Rocket character. But I was wondering what he would be like at voiceover work, because usually big actors aren't big on voice acting, are they? Because like especially with Bradley Cooper, he's quite a pretty boy, so he wants his face seen, or that's what you would think. But obviously in this film, that the whole cast is great. Groot doesn't say anything except "I am Groot" and "We are Groot"
Which
at
is
the end.
great.
And still, he's probably one of my favourite characters. How can a talking tree that says 4 words in the whole movie be one of your favourite characters? You just don't think it could happen. Obviously, the soundtrack is phenomenal, and it's not just the soundtrack; it's how the soundtrack makes the movie. As in, like, it's such a big part of the story. Because it's all about Peter Quill's journey, really, and the music takes him through that whole journey, and even his hesitance to open up his mother's present, and how his character develops and finding this new family of misfits encourages him to do that. I just think it's all amazing. I love this when I think back to scenes in it. I think there's some great key scenes because you've got really good action scenes quite frequently. You've got obviously the fight for the orb at the beginning before they all get arrested. I think that's great. And then you've got the escape from the kiln. That's the prison. And then a bit later on, you've got when Ronan and Drax have the fight on Nowhere, and Gamora's escaping, and then Nebula like shoots her out the ship and all of that. Then you've got them prepping a bit. There's a bit of cherry bomb playing, and they're getting ready for that final action scene. And then you've got the final action scene as well. Yeah, the dance off. It was a bit silly and everything like that.
Very funny though.
Yeah, I still
Very
liked
funny.
it though. And yeah, I think it shows that when the characters really come to helping each other out, they will do it. Like Gamora, he says, "Come on, join me," when he's dancing, and then she's like, "Nah," and he's like, "Right, take it back." But then as soon as he's got that orb, she's there reaching her hand out, saying, "Take my hand," which is obviously the callback to his mother saying, "Take my hand," and he even sees his mother's face when that happens. Again, reinforcing the thought of family. Um, yeah, I just think it's a great film. The only one thing downside to it, I would say, is Ronan is a bit of a bland villain. Um, but other than that, I can't say that Ronan's character took anything away from the film, in my opinion. I think it's more about developing them characters.
Yeah,
The villain isn't that important. Like he needs to be there to drive the story forward, but it's about the coming together of the group that makes the film.
But I think he could have done more with the Power Stone, though. Uh, like, for the first time I thought this is great. But then after obviously Endgame and Infinity War, where you saw what the power of the Infinity Stones can do, I wish he kind of did more with the Power Stone. But at the same time, if they did that, I don't know. I don't think the team could really handle it. The Power Stone, if you use like a lot more of it, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, I do get what you mean. He could have done a lot more with the Power Stone, and I feel the same about all the MCU movies. Um, I think they could have done more with all the Infinity Stones, to be honest. But at that time, they probably didn't know the full extent of the powers, and things like that. And they're already quite long movies, so if you consider trying to put them aspects into it, does it take away from character development, and is that worth it? Is it worth taking away from your characters to
Show
develop
off a
the
Power Stone.
stone? Yeah, which you're going to see a lot of in a future movie with Thanos. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I would say I do get what you're saying though, because it might have made things a bit easier in Infinity War. We would have been more nervous, maybe more stakes. But then again, I don't know. I just enjoyed it, so yeah, it's hard for me to say. What about you though? Your number 6.
My number 6 was Avengers 2: Age of Ultron.
Okay, so we've both said that now. So we will put that on our list. See, you were shocked at my positioning of Avengers Age of Ultron, yet it's actually higher on your list than it is on mine.
Yeah.
Which is quite funny. I think you were more shocked by the fact I'd put it in front of Avengers.
Yeah, because obviously Avengers is higher up on my list, but I just think of Avengers for me is gonna. It's the first like Marvel film. I was like, wow, they brought it all together. This film is great, and I saw it like so many times. And then even when it comes on the TV, I would sometimes now just sit there and watch it, like watch all the advertisements in between yourselves, just put it on DVD. But we're not talking about that when we're talking about Avengers 2, aren't we?
Yep, we're talking about Avengers 2, yeah.
Avengers 2, I really enjoyed the bit where obviously Tony Stark built all the little Avenger bots to help out civilians and stuff, and I just really like the way that Ultron just take over of all now, took over Jarvis as well, and just made it into his own his own self basically, and then the whole scene when it wipes up the city, like I said earlier, and then I was a bit. I will be honest. I was disappointed with Quicksilver. Like personally, I think he could have dodged them bullets and still save Hawkeye. But that's my but that's just me personally. I think he would have been faster than that, and I really like the way they showed off Scarlet Witch in this universe. They've done a fantastic job with her, and how Ultron is obviously misleading them to start off with, saying the Avengers are bad. Stay with me, and then they see who Ultron actually is, and they join the Avengers side. And then, like you said earlier, that 360 view is just brilliant, and yeah, it
Yeah,
is a good film.
it is. It is a very good film. I know people have like they don't like the Bruce Banner and Natasha relationship thing, especially I think more so because it wasn't developed in later movies. But yeah, I think it is a great movie. Yeah, there's not really much that can be said. Gives you the action, it gives you the emotional moments, it gives you a bit of character development. It travels around quite a lot. I like the way it ends with the different team and like they've gone off in their different ways. Um, yeah, I think it is a really good movie, and I think it gets more hate than it deserves personally. Um, but yeah, I agree. It's a really good movie. And I think yeah, it's number 6 is a good position for it. Like on your list, obviously it was number 8 on mine. Um, but yeah, I I think both of our lists have been good today. I've enjoyed discussing them again. Been a bit harder today, obviously ranking because we've had to deliberate a bit on whose movie is better on certain occasions when it comes to our joint ranking. Um, but before we leave off this one, do you want to go through your rankings from number 14 down to number 6?
Yes, let's give it a crack. Right. So obviously number 14 I had Doctor Strange.
Yep,
Then number 13 I had Captain America 2: The Winter Soldier.
yep,
Then number 12 I had Spider-Man 2: Far Away from Home.
yep.
And then number
You've got
11
robot voice on me, but carry on.
no, then number 11 I said Iron Man 3.
Yep,
Then number 10 Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
yep,
Then number 9 Civil War.
right.
Then number 8 the first Iron Man film.
Mm-hmm.
Then number 7 Spider-Man Homecoming. And then number 6 Avengers 2: Age of Ultron.
Perfect. Right, I'll go through mine quickly. So at number 14, I had Captain Marvel. Number 13, I had Ant-Man and the Wasp. Number 12, I had Spider-Man Homecoming. Number 11, I had the first Iron Man. Number 10, I had Black Panther. Number 9, I had Avengers, the first Avengers. Number 8, I had Avengers Age of Ultron. Number 7, I had Ant-Man. And number 6, I had Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. So we're down to number 6. Well, we'll be starting on number 5 next time. But we're actually on number 8 in our combined list, which I think we're doing quite well on, considering we've only done down to number 6. I think we're doing really well. So I'll read through our combined list. So at number 23, we've got The Incredible Hulk. Number 22, we've got Thor: The Dark World. Number 21, Iron Man 2. Number 20, Thor. Number 19, Captain America: The First Avenger. Number 18, Captain Marvel. Number 17, Doctor Strange. Number 16, Ant-Man and the Wasp. Number 15, Spider-Man: Far From Home. Number 14, Iron Man 3. Number 13, Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Number 12, Black Panther. Number 11, Iron Man. Number 10, Spider-Man: Homecoming. Number 9, Ant-Man. And number 8, Avengers: Age of Ultron. So I think that's quite an exciting list. And again, that was another good discussion about our favourite MCU movies. And yeah, so next time, are you happy to pick it up? Rankins 5-1, our top
Let's
5.
do it.
Yeah, the big one. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll say bye to everybody here, end it there, and then next time we'll be bringing you our top 5 MCU movies. Right. Thanks for listening, guys. See you next time. Hi guys, it's Bridie and Dean back with the third and final part of our MCU ranking. So today, me and Dean are going to talk about our top 5 MCU films. And I'm going to hand it over to Dean, and he's going to kick it off with his number 5.
Right, so my number 5 on my list is Guardians of the Galaxy, the first film.
Right?
And the reason why it's on number 5 on my list, because I just think it's a fantastic rewatchable film that never gets old.
Yeah.
Like,
I
it,
I think it is really rewatchable. Like I'm looking at where it is on my list, and where is it on my list actually? It's number 6 on my list, so I've got it just one place above you. So we're very similar in our opinions on this film, I feel like. But explain a bit more why you think it's so rewatchable and everything like that.
well, I think the plot is great, it's awesome. The soundtrack behind the film is brilliant, you can't fault it. And it just got some of the best scenes and best character I have seen, because I remember when I first saw it first time in the cinema, I was a bit on the edge because I never heard of Guardians of the Galaxy. What are they going to be like? And it just ticked all the boxes for me, because the not the very first opening scene, but the second opening scene, where you go to Star Lord and he's about to steal the
Oh, the
what's he about
orb.
to,
After
yeah,
you've
the
seen
orb,
him as a kid, because that's the main
yeah.
opening. So after when he's grown up and he's yeah, I know what you mean. Which
Yeah,
scene?
because the first scene of that film is very emotional for me, so I kind of don't like to pay attention to that bit, but we won't go into that.
Yeah,
But the second scene I think is fantastic, with the music playing, him just dancing along to his headphones, kicking all the little like T-Rexes creatures. I just think it's a great opening scene, and then the whole dynamic between the whole group, between Star Lord, Rocket, Iron Groot, Drax, it just all works. And then they got some of the best scenes that I remember from that film, like the scene when they're in the prison and bloody Groot just picks up Rocket, and Rocket goes onto a little drone robot things, and that he's just like messing things up, and it's just a brilliant film.
yeah, I really agree with the opening scene. Like not the opening scene, but the second one where the music kicks in. I mean, I think the first one's really good as well. Obviously, it didn't affect me as much as it would affect other people. But I thought that bit was really emotional and everything like that, and a good quick introduction to set up like what type of character we'll be dealing with. But yeah, I think the scene where when the music first kicks in and you see him doing the little dance, it kind of introduces everything, because it shows Star Lord is the main character, I would say, in them films, like even the second one, because it's about him finding his dad. So even though it does focus on the other Guardians, I think it mainly is his story. Um,
Mm.
but I think that one small scene introduces quite a lot, because obviously it introduces the amazing soundtrack straight away, and how it's going to be like diegetic as well. So it's like in the movie he hears it and it like pulls him through the story, and it shows a bit of comedy as well, because obviously he's kicking the T-Rexes, he's singing into the T-Rex and everything like that. And I think it shows he's a bit his like cocky type of personality, especially when Korath comes in and he's like, "You might know me by another name," because it's emotional because his mother gave him that name, but it's also quite funny because he calls himself Star Lord, and that is a bit like, even if your mum called you it as a kid, you'd feel a bit stupid using it as a grown up. But again, that shows how he hasn't lived like a normal human life, so he would be a bit different to a human. So I think it just sets up like the whole tone of the movie, the comedy and like the emotional bit as well, with the bit before it especially. And yeah, just the soundtrack to it. Even though I must admit, the first time I saw Guardians, because I saw it twice in the cinema, I wasn't a massive fan of it.
Really?
Yeah, but I mean, I wasn't massively into Marvel then because it did come out in 2014. But the first two times I saw it, I thought, oh, this is a bit strange. Um, but then when I got into Marvel and I rewatched it, I was like, how could I think this is like not that good?
Strange.
The thing is, I didn't think it was that good, but when Groot sacrifices himself, it still made me
Yeah.
that still made me cry. So it clearly did have a big effect on me. Just at the time, you know, when you're not just coming out of it straight away like, oh my god, I've got to see that again. I wasn't like that at the time, but now I am very much like that. Like I could watch this 2 times, 3 times in a row, like back to back, with no issues at all.
Hmm. Like another one of my favourite scenes from that film is when they're in the enemy spaceship and a load of enemies are come and attack them, and Groot just literally spends his arm, goes through like 20 people, and start banging them side to side. Then as soon
Yeah,
as he's done, he just turns around and smiles, and everyone's like, "Whoa, what the hell?"
yeah, because he shows a really aggressive side. Like he stabs them all,
Yeah,
and then he continues to like proper beat them. Yeah. No, I get what you mean. That scene is very funny. I just think like just thinking about it now, it moves swiftly. You've got some great scenes like the both the opening scenes, then you've got the fight on oh, where did he fight? Oh, it's Xandar, isn't it? I'm sure it's on Xandar where they're fighting to begin with. When he goes to see the broker and Gamora's there and he's having a bit of a flirt with Gamora and then she like tries taking the orb and they're all fighting, then that's a great
yeah,
scene. Then you've got the breakout scene from the prison and there's some great
yeah.
scenes in the prison as well, like in the introduction to Drax and all of that stuff, and finding out a bit more about Gamora because you find out she's obviously Thanos' daughter, but you find out more about her motivations and opinions of Thanos. So yeah, I've got some great scenes. And even the escape from nowhere, that's really good. That's another action scene you've got. Then you've got the end action scene. So it's just like,
Oh, the famous dance off.
yeah, which a lot of people didn't like. I do understand that, but I mean, suspension of disbelief, it is a superhero film. I
It
think
was
it
very funny
I
though.
think it
It
fits with
was
your
very
character
funny.
like Star Lord.
Yeah, it does. It fits in like a glove.
What were you gonna say though, sorry?
Also go back to the bit when you said they're on Sandora when he meets the collector, because I remember there being a really funny bit where he wants to buy like a troll doll from planet Earth, and I just thought that was really funny because
Yeah,
there's such a stupid thing, I think.
he leaves it for Yondu as well at the end, doesn't he? He tricks him and then
Yeah,
he leaves it in the orb. And you can see even at the end, it's got so much setup because it sets up Thanos, like really liking Gamora, and then Nebula's jealousy. It sets that up perfectly, and it's got so many Easter eggs as well. But it also sets up like Yondu actually being the nice guy. I mean, there's little references as well, which at first glance you're like, oh, that means nothing. But when Yondu and the Ravagers are going away and they say we should have dropped him off of air with his father like we were hired to do, and he said, and Yondu says something like, nah, probably better off now. That guy was a jackass or something about his dad,
yeah.
which is even setting up Ego in the next movie. So there's just loads of little tiny details which are set up, which I think is quite interesting as well. And yeah, it's just a great film. There's like, I can't really say enough good about it, to be honest. I could go on all day. But do you have any more thoughts before I say my number five?
Well, it's not a thought about the film, but what I really want to see in the next Guardians of the Galaxy for, with obviously four in it, I would like to see like Rocket and Groot go back to the person that created Rocket. But I love to see that duo, see the backstory of what actually happened there, because obviously I know Rocket was got got I can't think of the words now, but he got something to him that turned it into what he is now. I really like to see in the next film if they go
Yeah,
more back into his backstory. I think that could be really cool.
yeah, I believe there have been rumours about, I think it's the High Evolutionary who creates Rocket on a place called Half World. Yeah, and I think there has been rumours, and James Gunn, the director, has spoken quite a lot about wanting to explore Rocket and Groot. I know there's also been rumours about a possible Disney Plus TV show which could explore the origins of them too.
That could be really cool.
Yeah, because it would give them more time to develop, I think. And it could be like a bit like a comedy show, similar to like I feel like the Winter Soldier and Falcon, or Falcon and Winter Soldier. I think it could be similar to that, but obviously with the space sci-fi side of it as
Element.
well. Um, so yeah, but I suppose it's all a waiting game and see where it goes. But I agree, I think that would be good. But I'm not sure if they will do it because Guardians 3 is supposedly the last one, and they set up Adam Warlock in Guardians 2, and I think he's going to be a major part. They need to introduce him in that film because he's going to be a big player in the rest of the MCU cosmic moving forward.
Mm.
But yeah, we'll just wait and see, I suppose. I don't have anything else to add for Guardians, so I'll move on to my number 5. And at number 5, I've got Captain America: The Winter Soldier. So I know you had that quite far down on your list, didn't you?
I did indeed.
Yeah, which I was really surprised by. But I did understand your points because you were saying it isn't as rewatchable as some other films. And at first, when I was first thinking about it, I was thinking, yeah, it's not. That's when I was just thinking about the music and just like the film overall in general. But then when I thought back to it and thought to like key scenes, I was like, no, the story is amazing. Like I can't fault the story really. The only thing I'd say is it's no fault of the movie. It's more me knowing stuff. So obviously in the comics, Bucky Barnes becomes the Winter Soldier, and that's something I knew going into the movie. So when he is revealed as the Winter Soldier, it wasn't a massive shock to me. So it wasn't disappointing, but I feel like people, first time fans going into it who didn't know the comics, would have like that would have really hit them hard, and I think it would have had a bit more of an impact if I didn't know. But saying that, I think Chris Evans' performance in that moment is really good, and so is Sebastian Stan. Like you can tell he doesn't have a clue who Bucky is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Um,
know what you mean because I didn't know that Bucky was the Winter Soldier because as I was more of a DC fan, I
yeah,
had no idea who the Winter Soldier was. So it did have that big impact for me. It's like, wow, he's still alive.
did it so that got you quite a lot. See, that's the interesting, like first time viewers, well, not first time viewers, but people like you said, like yourself, that knew more about DC, not so much about Marvel. So it did shock you a lot, did it, when that
Yeah,
happened?
it did
Yeah.
because I thought he was dead from the train in the first Captain
Well,
America.
yeah, the setup, yeah. Um, so I do think the performances there are great, and that's the only thing that I'd say that I didn't like. But again, that's a fault of my own for knowing it. That's not nothing to do with the film. But then, just thinking back, I thought there's some great action scenes in this. Like the opening, not quite the opening. I even love the opening bit because it introduces that bit of comedy, and I love Falcon's introduction as well because I'm a big fan of that character. Um,
Oh, when he's running and he's saying on your left, and then he does
yeah,
again on your left.
and obviously that's a great callback that comes back in Endgame. But I also love like just the little Easter eggs, and Marvel pays so much attention. So obviously Captain America's got a list that he writes down, and in different countries it's got different things on the list, which I also think is really interesting, and helps appeal to the audiences like worldwide, obviously. Um, but yeah, I just think everybody like Black Widow, she's probably like this is one of my favourite Black Widow appearances, I'd say. Um, I mean, looks wise, I think she looks really good in this movie as well. Like, it's her best style that she's had, but just character wise as well, I think she's really good. And this really elevated her and Steve's relationship, which is carried forward in Civil War and then through like Infinity War and all of them as well. Um, but yeah,
Mm.
she's got great scenes like the fight scene on the boat to begin with, and then you've got the scene where he's in the elevator and he beats them all up, and then he gets on the ship. No, he throws his shield at the helicarrier thing and it knocks it down. And then you've got like even the scene where Nick Fury gets shot and then he goes on a chase for Bucky. And I just like the whole espionage. No, not espionage. Like, is it espionage? Yeah, I think it's espionage. That's like spy stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that's what espionage means. I'm gonna pretend it is. Yeah, I like that whole like aspect of it as well. It's not just a superhero movie. It's very grounded, I think, which is maybe why it's less rewatchable than say an Avengers film or something, because that is very like it's still quite believable, because they use real locations and like have realistic reactions and stuff to the events, but it's still a bit more like out there, like a God of Thunder or like Guardians of the Galaxy or spaceships coming down in Infinity War, for example. But with the Winter Soldier, it is a lot more grounded. Like, it's all believable stuff. There could be corporations that decide to wipe out millions of people with mass weapons and things like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I completely. Yeah,
So I
I do
think
agree with
it's very
you.
grounded, and even everything matches. Like the music, the score of the film really matches with like the Winter Soldier. I think he's got quite a notable theme. Like anytime I hear it, I pick up on it straight away. I'm like, that's the Winter Soldier theme. And the action in it is amazing. Like, I cannot fault the action at all. It's got a lot of hand-to-hand combat, judo, throws, and things like that. And I think they did really good with the choreography. And I think it was such a shock to me because the Russo brothers are mainly known for comedy TV series. So I wasn't expecting it at all. And yeah, it's a lot less comedic than Guardians. And even though they're both great films, it's nice to see a different aspect to it. And it completely changed Captain America's character, because before he was all about America and believing in what he does. And I think this film influences his character going forward. Like in Civil War, the events of this definitely have influenced his decision in Civil War. And even like Infinity War and all that stuff, like going against the government. So yeah,
Yeah,
I just think
because
it's a
he
great
was
film.
pro America.
Pardon?
Because he was just a pro government soldier at the end of the day in the first Captain America.
Yeah,
Then
as
yeah,
like
then like you
saving the
said,
country. Yeah,
yeah,
and he showed him he is truly a man out of time, but it's good because he learns to adapt to the times. In this movie. Yeah, it's just a great movie. I can't fault it. But Guardians is also great. So this is going to be the hard part because
we
obviously
need to pick where it goes.
we're going to have to pick. So one of them is obviously going to go in 7 and one is going to go in number 6. After speaking about them, and now in my head I'm thinking, which one would I want to watch? I'm thinking Guardians I'd prefer to watch just because of the soundtrack and just the
It's
excitement,
just a
you
lot
know,
more. Yeah, it's a lot
especially
more
in these times as
enjoyable.
well. I think with obviously everything that's going on with the lockdown and stuff, you just want a film like that. See, this is the thing with my ranking, it could be completely different in a month. But for the time being, how I'm feeling, I feel like Guardians is the better movie. So
Just because it's not as serious, I think.
yeah, and I like that rewatchability and lightheartedness. So we'll put Captain America, the Winter Soldier, is going to be our 7th film, and then Guardians is going to be number 6. Yeah,
Yep, sounds good to
happy with
me.
that? Perfect. And then I'm just going to put Guardians of the Galaxy. Right. So moving on to my number 4, I've got Thor Ragnarok. Right. When I first started doing my ranking, I thought it was going to be a bit higher because I just love Thor Ragnarok. I always go on about it. I think as in the MCU as a whole, this film, if I had to choose some of my favourite moments from the MCU, most of them would come from here because I really like the comedy aspect of it, but not my top moment. My top moment wouldn't be from this film. But just everything about it, like I know it got a lot of complaints because people felt the humour undermined the seriousness. Like Auden gets killed and then it goes to being really jokey again, and people didn't really like that. But I quite like it. And what you see with Thor in further films is he tries using that comedy to hide his true feelings. It's like a way around it. And I think that's quite good because it shows he's insecure at sharing his feelings, and he thinks he's meant to be this strong god and everything like that. And he needs to put on a show to everybody, which is what he admits in like Endgame and everything like that. So I think it's good to see that he's still at this point, but he still gets a lot of character development here. Like at the end, well, not at the end, at the end, when he's battling Hela, he appears to his dad and he says she's too strong, I can't can't beat her and stuff like that. So he's admitting his defeat and not being so arrogant. Like we've seen him in the first two movies be very arrogant. So I think he gets a lot of development in this film, even though it is still hilarious. I love Taika Waititi. I love his type of comedy. And I love the team up aspect with Bruce Banner as well, like the Hulk. And I think Mark Ruffalo really gets a breakout performance in this because I've never seen him do comedy before. And I actually think he's really funny in this. And I love the design of Hulk in this as well. Like they make him look very lean and they like trim his eyebrows and his hair and they give him them grey patches a little bit. I just think he looks really good. And then the introduction to all the new characters I really like. Like I really liked Valkyrie. I thought she was interesting. I liked, again, even though it's very unrealistic in its aesthetics, especially, the characters are kind of relatable. Like Valkyrie's an alcoholic because she suffered a lot in the past, which I think makes sense. And she doesn't want to fight anymore, which you wouldn't really if all of that had happened. She's just a defeated woman, and I think that's good because people can relate to it. I mean, other aspects of the world you can't relate to because it's very out there in its design. But yeah, and then Korg. Korg is like one of my favourite MCU characters because he's just so funny. I mean,
he is well funny.
I don't think he'd be a great main character, but a little TV series with him and like Meek would be so funny. Just them doing like a road trip or something around the world. I think that'd be hilarious. And obviously he's played by Taika Waititi, the director.
How strong is he supposed to be though? Because I know in some version of the comic books he can like go toe to toe with Hulk, but obviously in Ragnarok he's not as strong. Yeah, so how strong actually is he?
Well, this is the thing, you can't estimate things because there's so many comics, and in comics you can't really trust them either because what writers do is they just write a character as strong as they need them to be in that comic. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, that is true.
They don't have limits. It's like if they need to be able to defeat the Hulk in this one, then they can defeat the Hulk. If they don't, then the Hulk will smash them. Do you know what I mean? If certain comics, Wolverine can heal all sorts. Other comics, not a chance. It's just like whatever the writer needs, they kind of retcon it to put it in that comic and make sense somehow.
How strong would you like him to be then in the Marvel universe?
I'm not bothered. I'm happy with how he is. His size, his design. I don't want him to be a main character. I like him as a little side character, and that's it. They're for comedy purposes mainly. Maybe in big battles, but not battles focused on him. Larger battles like in Endgame and the end of Thor Ragnarok when they're battling Hela's army of undead. I prefer that. So that's great. And then I'm also still curious about Hela. I'd like to hope she isn't actually dead. I kind of want to see her return in the future. But that's just something
I also would have. I also would have liked to know how she would have put a fight against Thanos. Obviously, we'll never know, but I reckon she could go toe to toe with him.
Well, yeah,
especially without him having the Power Stones.
yeah, because Thor puts up a good job, and Thor can't defeat her.
Yeah.
And it is one of them where there's obviously been loads of talks that how come Thanos didn't start his journey until Odin died? Like, it picks up as soon as Ragnarok finishes. Seems a bit strange that Thanos has started after Hela and
Odin are gone.
and Odin have both gone. Also, it's been said about Dormammu as well, in Doctor Strange. So now that he's a bit to the sidelines, Thanos decides, oh, now's a good time because these people aren't here anymore. And Ego in Guardians 2 after he's killed.
Oh yeah.
You never know really. There's so much speculation, and they could develop that, like make that into a plot if they explore Thanos anymore, like he was waiting for them to die, or they could just leave it. But I remember going into Infinity War, some people were saying, obviously in the comics, Thanos' motivation is Lady Death, because he's in love with Lady Death, which is why he kills half the universe. But a lot of people were saying they might not introduce Lady Death, but why not have the Goddess of Death? And they were saying that maybe Hela and Thanos could have a thing, but obviously that never turned out. But I always say, if you don't see a character officially die, I don't know if they're actually dead. That's what I think. And in this case, I'm hoping Hela isn't actually dead because I quite enjoyed her and I think she could be developed a lot more. She's powerful and I'd like to see her in the future. But that is all my thoughts on number 4, Thor. So, do you want to give me your number 4?
Yeah, my number 4 is the first Avengers.
Right, okay, that's a lot higher than what I've got it on my list. If you want to go ahead and explain a little bit why you like this film so much, because that's quite, I think it's high.
Well, I must have saw the original Avengers about 5 or 6 times in the cinemas because I just absolutely loved it. I just think it had it. For me, it was the very first film that showed how good Hulk could be. I loved the whole team up where they're about to fight because the black hole just opened and all the enemies were drawn in, and then that was just one scene. So, oh, you bet. I can't remember exactly saying. So, we need the big guy. Can you get him out? It's like, that's the secret. I'm always angry. Then he just transforms and punches that giant, like, I won't say giant, like, space whale, even though it's not a space whale. And then it just completely fall apart. And then it had some really cool scenes with how accurate Hawkeye was, because there's one scene where he goes up building, just shoots an arrow without even looking, and he just destroys like three enemies at once. And then it was also very funny, and then I liked the way how Captain America took charge and became the leader of the Avengers. It was just a brilliant film, and I just loved the way how they pulled it off basically for the first major corporation of superheroes.
Yeah, hearing your thoughts about it now, I'm thinking about like key moments, and I'm like, it is such a great film. I don't really think I can fault it that much. I mean, it was quite a lot higher on my list. But at the time of watching it, I was obviously quite young, and I wasn't really into Marvel. It is just a great film. I'm trying to think if I've got anything I think that's a bit negative about the movie. I really like Hawkeye, so I was a bit disappointed when he was like a bad guy or like doesn't get his full chance to show how resourceful he is. He seems a bit weak because he just gets like hypnotized straight away. And I don't think like Loki gets loads of development, but looking back on it now, from seeing things from the future, he actually did get a bit of development. It's basically been said that he was getting controlled by the Mind Stone as well.
And he's now terrified of the Hulk. I think that was quite funny in Ragnarok when he's like, Thor's like, oh, it's my friend, look, Loki, and then Hulk just looks up and sees Loki, and he kind of like shies away.
Yeah, that is great. That is a great scene. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there are any faults with it. Trying to think. I don't think I can think of anything that I dislike about it. It is a great film, but all these films are so good, which is why they're so hard to rank. But yeah.
Of course, you were introducing the first Avengers to the Stark Tower, and then now it's a really cool scene where Iron Man just flies up and his whole armor is getting taken off. He just goes inside making himself a drink next to while Loki's inside with the trident. The only bit now I thought was a bit slow though in the first Avengers is where what's the scientist name who gets who Loki controls his mind because he builds and he throws a trident inside to try to stop the black hole from staying open. Now it's the only bit I thought was a bit slow. And that's it.
Yeah.
For another, yeah.
No, what were you gonna say?
I was just saying the other really cool scene I remember seeing is when Hulk is obviously in the aircraft and Loki gets him to turn mad and then he's just chasing Black Widow through the whole aircraft, like breaking stuff up, and then Iron Man and Captain America working together to try to keep the ship up. Yeah, it's just really good.
That is great. And I like how Thor comes in to help Black Widow, and he's not just like being arrogant and trying to fight. He's like saying to him, "Try and think and calm yourself down."
Yeah, and then
it is a great film.
Then Hulk Thor throws a mirror at Hulk, and then Hulk tries to pick it up, and he couldn't. He just sinking further and further into the aircraft. And that bit was really funny as well.
It is such a good film. It's frustrating that it's so low on my list, but they're just so good, all of them. Oh God. Yeah, it is a great film. I just want to rewatch them all now. Oh,
be interesting to see how what decisions she will change.
Oh, I'll
from having a fresh mind.
Some. When I do my rewatch and ranking again, I definitely think it's going to change when they're all fresh in my memory. But it's hard. It's a hard one. We can move on though, if you want, and unless you had any more points about the Avengers.
No, let's get on to the top three, shall we?
Yeah. Oh, the big three. Okay. I said number 4, so it's back over to you for kicking off number 3.
Right, number 3 for me is Thor Ragnarok.
I need to put the Avengers in our joint list. Sorry, I'm completely forgetting. I'm getting too excited here. Sorry, what was your number 4? No, number 3. Sorry.
Number 3. My number 3 is Thor Ragnarok.
Right, I've already said Thor, so I'm going to put it on the list now whilst I remember. Because I've already said it. Yeah, right, perfect. Okay. Do you want to add some more thoughts? Because obviously we spoke about it quite in depth when it was my decision. But if you want to add any more points about why you've got it here.
Well, I really enjoyed Planet Hulk, the animated film, and I like the way it did kind of reference that animated film into Thor Ragnarok, and because the reason why I mentioned that film is because, do you remember on the Gladiator Tower, they had the heads of the champion, and they had...
Yeah, that's a great Easter egg.
I want to say Billy Bason, but I don't think it is. It begins with a B, though. What's his name?
I think you're thinking Billy Batson, who's a DC character. I think that's Shazam. I think Marvel-wise, do you mean the guy with the horse face? Beta Ray Bill?
Who gets another mule.
Beta Ray Bill, I think it's Beta Ray Bill. Yeah, that was great. I believe it also had Hercules on there as well. Who's quite, like, obviously big in mythology as well. I'd like to see him introduced as well. Later on, I'd like to see a few more of the gods introduced in the MCU. To be honest,
that would be really cool.
Because that was a big Easter egg.
That was a big Easter egg.
Yeah, very big. So yeah, that was great, and I get what you mean about the similarities between the Planet Hulk animated film. I think especially in the design of the Hulk's armor that he wears. I think that's very similar.
Yeah.
But the storyline, I think, deviates quite a lot because obviously it's the Grandmaster, not the Red King, and he doesn't fall in love and all of that. But the fighting aspects of it, I think, were very similar.
Mm. There were what other cool scenes? Oh, I love the bit where at the very ending scene, they just basically defeated her. The Ragnarok is happening, and Hulk just quickly jumps up and goes to bash his face in, and Thor shouts, "No, what are you doing?" And it's like Hulk smash monster, and Thor's like, "No, no, we want this to happen." And I thought that was a really funny scene as well.
I think you, by the sounds of your opinions on this film and the original Avengers, you seem to really like the Hulk character.
I think I do because
Yeah, it seems that way because a lot of the points you brought up in Avengers were about the Hulk,
about the Hulk.
and a lot of this so far has been about the Hulk.
Well, I think in
It's not a bad thing
myself
at all, I'm
personal,
just saying.
no, I just think there's been so many bad films representing the Hulk. I just think it's a really good thing that the Hulk is getting represented now in a really good way. Because he's
Yeah,
had so many bad films in the past, and now he's actually becoming a really good like a character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
yeah. No, I do agree, and I do think Mark Ruffalo is great in it. They've changed him quite a lot. Like in the first two films, like Avengers Age of Ultron, he's very childish. And that's developed on a little bit where he's still like a kid, but he can talk in Ragnarok. And then now he's become Professor Hulk, obviously. And I do think it'd be interesting to explore how all of that happened.
Mm.
I know there was a
Well,
deleted scene as well in Infinity War showing how it happened, which I'm a bit gutted we didn't see. But it could be something again that's explored in a Disney Plus TV series or a solo Hulk movie, but they still don't have the rights back from Universal. So
mm.
I think that's
I mean,
unlikely.
and it's really cool how they are showing the alternate versions of the Hulk because obviously, like in Endgame, you had Smart Hulk, and
Yeah.
then there's other versions of Hulk that's not been displayed yet, like Grey Hulk from the comic books. There's just so many different versions they could do with him now.
Yeah, definitely. I am happy they've explored a few more because he can't talk and stuff like that. He is quite a hard character to develop because I mean he just smashes everything. So I think
Mm,
giving him Professor Hulk, I mean they should explore it a bit more. But I think that's interesting. Um, because obviously it gives him more character development because he's not just a brute that fights and tries beating up everything.
mm.
Yeah, so I like that as well. But I mean, you seem to like the Hulk a bit more than me, I would say, based on your opinions on some of these films. Did you have any other points you wanted to make about Ragnarok though?
Well, you basically already said all the main points. I'm just trying to think of all the little things as we've not actually yet discussed. Like, I love the way how like the little pieces of rock always falls off him. Like now it's a really cool feature. I
Yeah.
like the whole when Thor's getting his hair cut off, and that was a really funny scene
Oh yeah, I love
when
that
he tries to.
Stanley cameo. It's great.
Mm, because Thor's like, I'm the god of thunder. How the you will not touch my hair, and then he's just begging
Crying.
for his for
No,
his not to
please,
get his
good
hair
sir,
cut.
do not cut my hair. Yeah.
Mm.
Um.
The other really cool thing I remember is where they're fighting in their great house, and then she shows a proper history of how her and Odin actually took over the the realm basically, and they get told the truth behind it all. I thought that was a really cool scene. How that whole fake mural on top of the ceiling just all came down and it showed the whole truth. That was a really cool scene.
Yeah, I enjoyed that as well because it develops Odin as well a bit as a character because we don't get to see that much of it. And I think it shows how he changes as well because in the end he is ready to admit it to Thor and Loki, like he had the daughter and things like that, and it was his mistakes. And even though he doesn't really say it's his mistakes, he blames it more on her. But I think it does give him a bit more development considering we don't see him that much in the films. And it also hints at how powerful he is if him being alive is keeping her at bay. But I do love like when she breaks the murals because then you can see where she's coming from as well. Because the thing is, if you're raised in a certain way, you are going to believe that. Like, you can't help it. Like, if you're raised as, like, I don't know, not being, like, really controversial without trying to be really controversial. If you're raised by a family that is, for example, like, sexist or racist, it's going to be like, I don't condone what them people do, but on the other hand, like, it must be so hard for them not to believe that, because when you've been brought up to believe something your whole life, it must be so hard to not believe that anymore. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I feel like it makes her character more relatable as well. And the way she fights, like she just draws out them swords, I think that's so good. I love the way she fights and the way she puts her helmet on by running her hands like over her hair and it just forms her helmet. I think all of that is phenomenal.
See, I kind of didn't like that. I thought it kind of.
You know,
No, I just didn't like the whole look of it. I don't know why.
see, I really
Maybe
liked it.
I just thought it looked a bit out there for some reason. I
Nah,
still
I
enjoyed
really
it, but
liked
it just
it.
looked strange.
I think it matches with her personality, how she's very like big and like, oh, I should be the queen, everybody should bow to me. I think it matches her personality of being a bit bigger than life.
Because she's like the goddess of death. Well, not the goddess of death, but she says her power is like kind of like death. Does she?
Well, she is the goddess of death, actually. Yeah, um, yeah, she is the goddess of death. So you were right there. Yeah, I think it matches her personality. I personally like it. Like, I love Loki's horns on his helmet. I quite like them.
Yeah.
Them god outfits. I think they're pretty cool. And I really like Thor's outfit as well when he enters the battle arena in this one. I like all the
Yeah,
outfits.
that was a very cool outfit.
Yeah, when he pulls up the bits on his helmet. I actually like him with the trimmed hair as well. I mean, I love the long hair as well, but I also like the trimmed hair. I think Chris Hemsworth's just good looking, so he pulls off anything. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it is a great film. So that was your number 3. My number 3 is Avengers Endgame. Um, God, what is there to say? There's so much. It's a very long film, and I remember the first time watching it, I did think this is a bit slow, and I still think that now. Like, the beginning is quite slow, um, but when you look at it for like as a whole movie, and you look at the film for what it does for the MCU and its purpose, it makes so much sense, and it gives all the characters so much development. Um, we've never seen Black Widow, especially. I think it gives her loads of development, which then makes her death more emotional, I think. Um, and yeah, I think it's not amusing, but looking at it now, it's quite like relatable considering our current situation.
Situation.
Yeah. Um, So yeah, the beginning is quite slow, and I'll admit that. But as a whole, it doesn't take away anything, in my opinion. The one main gripe I had with it is I really like Thanos. I really started to like him in Infinity War. Um, in some ways, I could relate to him. I even saw where he was coming from, even though his methods weren't the greatest. I understood his character, and I really liked him, and I felt like he did have a heart and everything. I don't like this version of Thanos because he is just like, I just want to kill them. And that disappointed me quite a lot because obviously we've had great build up for the characters in the other films, and it took a while for the MCU to get great villains. And I thought they'd finally started the streak of getting great villains in like Infinity War and then Vulture and Killmonger and all of them. So it's just a bit disappointing, and I felt like it was a bit of a step backwards for Thanos' character. But when I do consider it, sorry, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, were you disappointed when they killed Thanos within the first 5 minutes?
No, I liked that because I liked that Thanos and I thought he's ready to die. Like, that didn't disappoint me. It's the 2014 version of Thanos that is brought back, that is brought into the future that I didn't like.
See,
that's the version of Thanos that I don't like, because he just comes back and he's like, I'm just going to kill everyone.
With his double swords.
Oh, I mean, his swords and his fighting style is great, but I don't know why I just didn't like it as much, because you don't see much motivation. Like, I kind of see what he's saying because he's seen himself killed and he's like, I'm going to kill you because, like, you're trying to reverse what I did, but it's not balanced. His whole purpose was developed as being about balance, but that's all just thrown out the window with the 2014 version of Thanos. So I was disappointed about that, and that was my main gripe with the movie. But that movie is an ending point for the Avengers. That's what it was there to be. So when I look at it in terms of what the movie was meant to be about, it did a phenomenal job. Like, it couldn't have done any better in my opinion. And it does offer you everything. It gives you them comedy aspect, like the comedy aspects, but it also gives you the what's it called? The, like, God, I'm trying to think. The emotional stakes as well with the characters. It's got great action, and it's just hard to explain because it does feel a bit like there's three parts to this movie as well. You've got the beginning, which is the suffering of the characters and the understanding of what the world has become, and then the second act, it picks up a bit and the time travel is explained, and I love the trips back. I think that's great. Even though the explanation of time travel's a bit all over the place, just going back in time and all the little references, like that is America's arse, and when Steve beats himself by saying Bucky is alive, and when he says I can do this all day, and he's like, yeah, I know. I just think all of that is great. And I'm not a big Iron Man fan, but I think it's really nice to see him and his dad. Oh God, I'm going crazy on my list. Scrolling all the way down, leaning on my computer. But yeah, I think it's really nice to see him and Howard Stark together. I think all of that's great as well. So there's loads of great parts in the going back in time. Obviously, Black Widow and Hawkeye's bit isn't so great, but I think it really gives Jeremy Renner a chance to shine as Hawkeye. So I really liked his performance in that scene, and I did think it was a really sad scene. And I love the way they bring back Alan Silvestri's score from Infinity War, because that was an aspect of it I really liked. Like, I thought his score for the film was really good, especially in the death scene on, oh my God, what's it called? Let me just think. It's not Morag. Oh, oh God,
which
that's
death scene are you on about?
the where the Soul Stone is. It's gonna really wind me up if I don't get it.
I don't have a clue, but the other thing is, though, you're still calling him.
Sorry, it's called Vormir. Sorry, it's one of them things where I knew I would have to get it because otherwise it would really wind me up. Yeah, it's called Vormir. That's what it's called.
Yeah, but is Hawkeye still Hawkeye, or is he Huron?
Is he Ronan? See, he is Ronan in this movie, and I kind of wish he was Hawkeye because I prefer the bow and arrow, but it is what it is, and you don't see that much action with him anyway. It's more about the character development and connection to each other, I think. But obviously the bits of action.
Do you also think, though, that they're setting it up for his daughter to become the new Hawkeye? Because obviously he had that bow and arrow scene, didn't he?
Yeah,
with him and his daughter.
I did think that, but they're actually developing a Hawkeye TV series with Kate Bishop, and Kate Bishop isn't his daughter. So they've got Haley Steinfeld in talks for that. Do you know the main actress in Bumblebee?
Yeah.
She's actually in talks to play Kate Bishop if the scheduling all works out and everything. So it won't be his daughter, it'll be Kate Bishop. But I think it's nice just to see like the things he's interested in. He tries getting his kids involved, but in a playful, friendly manner rather than being like, oh yeah, I'm an Avenger, you should be an Avenger too. And I think that makes sense that he'll train another girl because Kate Bishop is very adamant and she would end up going out and fighting on her own if Hawkeye didn't train her, which is why I think he'll be willing to train her because he thinks she's going to die if I don't train her. So she's got more of a chance when I train her, even though she could still die, at least she's got more of a chance. Whereas he doesn't want to get his daughter into that in the first place. He just doesn't want his daughter to be an Avenger full stop. Do you know what I mean? Because he knows the risks that come with it.
Yeah, no, it does all make sense. Being a parent,
Yeah.
you wouldn't want your parent, your daughter, to go into a battle and die.
Well,
So
exactly.
yeah, it's only natural, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, so Endgame is such a hard one. And I mean, I've only spoken about the first two parts, but it's that third act. That third act, what can you say about it?
No fault.
No. I mean, I've seen little details that are like, that couldn't happen. Like, obviously, they're all talking to each other and none of them have earpieces in. So, how are they all talking to each other? But I'm too engrossed in the action. I'm immersed in it that I don't care about that. I really don't give a shit. Like, oh wow, they're talking to each other on the
See, I
internet.
didn't even think
Whatever.
about that.
Yeah, it's just a stupid little like thing. Like, it does make sense, like to point it out, but I don't care. There's people like flying about on a fucking Pegasus. I'm not going to be like, oh, they're all talking to each other. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it, it's just amazing. As soon as you see Captain America pick up that hammer, and I love it because Thor's like, I need
amazing
it.
scene.
Then obviously Avengers assemble when they all start coming through the portals, and Sam's the first one, and he says on your left when you think they're about to be defeated, and then you just hear on the left. Oh, I think I just can't say anything more. I can't express my excitement for it in words. I don't think it's so good. It's
Then also like the
amazing.
little Easter eggs they included in that scene where like everyone's coming through the portals because you saw. I want to say his name is Howard the Duck.
Howard the
Is
Duck,
that
yeah,
his
he's
name?
in there.
Because I thought that was a really cool bit as a little Easter egg from the one in there.
Oh yeah, you've got all sorts of people in there. Howard the Duck's definitely in there, but there's all sorts of people, which is why it's great. I mean, it's a bit of a shame they're just battling like Thanos's people, and it's not a like emotional villain again. But the main battle is against Thanos, and yeah, just the whole scene is it's just so good. It's all just amazing.
Did you like Fat Four? Because I thought that was very funny.
I really liked that, and not even just because of the comedy, because it is really funny, which is, but I don't think the fun, like the that is even the main part of it. Like him being funny, like that as a comedy aspect, I don't even think that's the main part of it. Can you hear the Hoover? Is that really loud or is it okay?
It's not too loud. I'll say it's fine.
Okay. Sorry, you can still hear me though, can you?
Yeah,
Okay,
you're so clear.
good. Yeah, so it's a lot of people thought it was just in there to be comedy, but when you look at it, I think it's a lot more emotional than what it is comedy. I mean, he's lost his mum, he's lost his dad,
Yeah.
he's killed his sister, basically, he's lost his brother, he's lost his best friend. If you literally had nobody left in your life, and then you've got nobody left in your life, and then you've made a massive fuck up and not killed the person that has killed half the universe, which you could have prevented if you weren't being arrogant, how would you feel? I reckon I'd be an
You would
alcoholic.
be really
You'd
depressed.
either be an
Really.
alcoholic or a druggie, definitely.
Yeah.
So I think it's much more of a relatable, emotional thing rather than it just being there for comedy purposes. And it is really funny, but when people criticize it and they say, well, he's the god of thunder, this and that, that's a part that is developed in this. Like his mum says to him, like, nobody succeeds at being who they're meant to be. We only succeed at who we want to be. Because you can try and be like whoever you want, but if you don't enjoy that, then why would you want to be that person? Do you know what I mean? It's like the main purpose is to be happy, so don't try and live up to expectations. And I think that's what he learns in this movie. And I like that, and I think it is hilarious as well. And I'm happy he didn't get back to really good shape at the end of it. I think he should stay as Fat Thor. And then when he's found another purpose, that's when we see him get back to the Thor he was before. But like he says at the end of the film, he doesn't know what his purpose is. So if he doesn't know what his purpose, how can he work towards something? So I really enjoyed the Fat Thor. And he's still hard. He still puts up a good fight. And he looks cool, I think, when he gets his dreadlocks in, his beard's brilliant.
Oh yeah,
I think he looks really
that
cool.
was really cool. Oh, when you first see him, he's sitting in the house, and his friends are just playing Fortnite. He's just there in the corner with just a can of beer. And that was really cool.
And I think it's good to show he can put on weight and stuff like that as well. Like, he's a god, but
he's not perfect.
We can still relate to these characters because they're just like us. They still have feelings and their bodies still work similar. I mean, give or take like 1,000 years. They can live a lot longer than us. But yeah, I really like that element. I know a lot of people hated it. I didn't mind it. I didn't like it the first time really, but the more and more I watched it, I started to enjoy it a lot.
Oh, see, I really enjoyed it the first time I saw it.
I was just shocked, I think. But yeah, I was just shocked. But I really enjoyed it the first few times, and I was actually relating to him at some points more about his journey and like not knowing which path he was going down because I'd just finished college at the time when I saw it. I was about to, and I didn't really know what I was going to do career wise. And I mean, I know it's stupid relating it to a Marvel movie, but when he was like, "For once in my life, I don't know what I'm going to do," I was literally thinking, "Oh my god." I am literally Thor right now because I'm in the exact same position because I knew I didn't want to go to uni, so it was more like, what am I going to do now? And I really related to him in that moment. So that's quite amusing. But yeah, it's just a great overall film, I think, even though it's a bit slow. I think it needs that slowness, and that slowness actually helps the second two acts feel so good, like feel really fast paced and everything like that. And like I said, it gives you more emotion in them final scenes. I was never a big fan of Iron Man, and this movie is probably the only one that's made me actually like him.
See, loads of people cried for Iron Man in that one scene.
Yeah, even I did, and I've never liked him. I would say the only other thing that I find a bit frustrating is how they have a massive funeral for Tony Stark and they don't have one for Black Widow.
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess you can't.
They couldn't really have one as soon as she died, but why didn't they just have one with Tony Stark's? Like, do you know what I mean? They could have just done it afterwards.
Yeah, I guess what you mean, but would you really want to watch like two funerals at once?
Well,
I don't know.
Why didn't they just do it together? Yeah, like, I would much prefer her to have a funeral than to just be like, ah, yeah, she died. Forgot about that. Like,
but then again, Tony Stark's death though was a much more important, impactful death than Black Widow. Yes, without Black Widow, you never got that stone. But I just think Iron Man was a very much more impactful death.
see, I completely disagree because I was more upset when Natasha dies. Like, I don't know, no, maybe not because he's got a kid, but like, I disagree because I think, like, without her, the team wouldn't have been as strong as what they were. Like, she helps bring them together a lot. Because if you think about it,
she's a backbone.
Yeah, because if you think about it, Tony Stark and Captain America hate each other in the first film. They hate each other, and they do in Civil War. And I feel like she's kind of the one that speaks to them from both sides and explains it on part of each other. Um, that's how I feel anyway. But yeah, it's just difference of opinion. I think they're both emotional and they're both just as integral to the Avengers. Yeah. I mean, I know
I mean,
he puts the plot in
yeah.
place to travel back in time, but at the end of the day, if she didn't sacrifice herself, then he wouldn't have even been able to sacrifice himself in the first place. So
But ask yourself this question:
piss off,
would
Tony,
you?
because you needed her to do that. So
Yeah, but would you prefer Black Widow sacrifice herself, or would you prefer Hawkeye to sacrifice himself? Because they were obviously fighting each
well, I
other to
mean,
be the
that's why I got
sacrifice.
so emotional in that scene, and that's why I loved how he played the action in that, because it was actually I started crying because I thought Hawkeye was gonna die, and then she caught him, and I was like, oh my god, the tables have turned here.
Hmm.
Yeah, I would have hated it if Hawkeye died, but I didn't like Black Widow dying either. But I think she needed it. But I
Do
am
you reckon? Yeah, do you reckon they'll bring her back? Because obviously they still need
no,
to bring back Gamora, don't they?
no, I don't think they'll bring her back. I don't think they should. I'm looking forward to a solo movie. I'm really excited for it, but I don't want them to bring her back. I want them to set up Yelena Belova as another Black Widow, and she can be the future Black Widow. I don't want Scarlett Johansson's Natasha Romanoff back. I love Scarlett Johansson, but I don't want her back. Because
Fair enough.
it's like bringing Iron Man back. It just takes away the stakes of what's actually happened.
Yeah, yeah, I guess it wouldn't be as impactful as if they did bring them back. But then again, if it's like they bring them back in like another 10 years, because that could be like another 10 films by then, or another 6 or 5, or
True.
however many they'll make, I think it'd be good, but at the same time, it'd be still a bit less impactful of what happened at Endgame, if
I
you
don't
know
think
what I
they'll do
mean.
it because I think they've done it too many times and it's been a massive complaint too many times in the MCU. So I don't think they'll do it. And they want to introduce new people. Like we feel about these characters so strong because we've been building them up for 10 years. But they can do
Yep.
that with a new generation of people, and we'll feel about them people how we feel about these in a few years' time. Um,
Yeah.
so it's exactly the same principle, really. Um, yeah, but I've wait. Should we move on now to number two, and it'll be my
Yeah.
turn, won't it? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be.
Okay. So at number two, I've got Captain America: Civil War. Um, I was so surprised at how high it was on your list. For me, this is just so rewatchable. It's the rewatchability of this film that really gets me. It's honestly like it just goes so quickly. I feel like I'm watching it for 5 minutes and it's been on for like 2.5 hours. Um, just scene after scene. I don't find any of the scenes boring. Like even Peggy's funeral scene, I found that interesting. I didn't find that boring because it really motivates Steve. And then the conversation with Steve and Black Widow after, I thought that bit was great. Um, it opens up with like a great action scene, obviously. Um, I like the beginning with Winter Soldier because it shows straight away that he's going to play quite a big part in it. It's going to be different to the comics a little bit. And then obviously you've got even the bit where Thunderbolt Ross comes back. I liked that, seeing him again, and how he's part of the government and stuff. Um, and yeah, even when they're explaining the Sokovia Accords, I found all of that really interesting. And seeing why everybody sides with who they side on, even though it's slow, it's not like big action. They're all sat down together, speaking as friends, and you can see where all of their points are coming from. And then, like I said, the Peggy Carter funeral scene because it inspires Captain America. And then obviously you've got the great scenes like you've got the airport battle scene, which I would say is one of the best in the MCU. But not even that, like
Really?
that. Oh yeah, I think it's an amazing scene. I can't believe you don't think it's one. Do you not think it's one of the best?
I don't think it's one of the best, no, but then again, like I said, like in the last video, I was just too disappointed.
I can't believe that, but I think it's definitely one of the best. I love the way everyone comes into it. I love it when they're running in together. They introduced Spider-Man and Black Panther like quickly and concisely. It was it was efficient.
That was really good.
Yeah, you got to know who them characters were when Juggle and loads of other characters. They brought Ant-Man in perfectly. They introduced the Giant Man aspect to it. I know you didn't like that, but they developed the Wanda and Vision relationship a bit more, and where like Wanda's power comes from a little bit. I just thought it's all amazing. It just moves so quickly. Not even the airport battle scene, but then before that, you've got when Steve finds Bucky in Bucharest, and is it Bucharest? And they're chasing the Winter Soldier down. That's a great scene. Obviously, that's the introduction to Black Panther as well. That's another amazing scene where you've got that mix of hand-to-hand combat again with the Russo brothers directing their hand-to-hand style choreography. And it shows that they can do hand-to-hand choreography for the more grounded characters like your Captain Americas and all that, but then you can also do the powers with like Giant Man, Vision, Iron Man. They can do all of that. Yeah, I just love it. And obviously the airport battle scene, I think that's phenomenal. But then you've also got the end battle scene, which is just complete emotion. It's still a good battle scene. The fighting isn't great in it, but it's just all based on emotion. Like Tony's trying to kill Cap's best friend, and Cap's like, I'm not going to let you kill my best friend. But then he's also thinking, but Tony's one of my really good mates and I can't kill him. So it's just such an emotional fight.
That also was a really cool scene because Bucky and Cap are just throwing the shield at Iron Man. They keep on stopping and catching the shields.
Yeah.
You can't fault that. That is a really cool scene.
It's a great scene. So it's got your big action, which is less impactful, and then you've got the really impactful, emotional driven ones, character driven. And then, as well as that, you've got Baron Zemo, who I thought was actually a really good villain because he's just a human. And I like showing how humans can be really resourceful and impactful. The same with Hawkeye and Black Widow. They are such integral members of the Avengers, and they get underlooked because they're humans, and that frustrates me a bit. And Baron Zemo, you understand where he's coming from. Like, his family has been killed, his whole family. That's really sad, and it is because they just do collateral damage, which is so true. Like, they did destroy Sokovia.
The city.
And then they did just leave. They probably left it for somebody else to clean it up, without any care in the world. So you've got Baron Zemo reinforcing that, and then obviously you've got the woman at the beginning saying it to Iron Man, which upsets him. And I understand both points. I was on Cap's team, because I prefer him as a character, but I completely understand where Iron
Man's coming from.
And that's why I like it more than the comics, because in the comics, Iron Man is painted more just as the villain. Whereas in the film, you can see it from both points of view. I personally agreed. I was Team Cap. I agreed with him. It's probably because I preferred the characters a little bit more. But I can see where they're both coming from. And I just think overall, like, I can never really find any faults in the movie. In fact, I don't think I can find any fault in it. I'm trying to think. Nah, I love it all. I enjoyed every minute of it. So that's why it's so high on my list. I mean, I know it was low on your list and you explained that, but that's why it's so high on my list. So you can hit me with your number 2 now.
My number 2 is Avengers Endgame.
All right, okay. I spoke quite a lot about Endgame, about everything I loved about it, but I assume you've got a few more points that you'd like to add?
Yeah, I just need to think hard about them now because you did say a hell of a lot of them. One of the scenes that comes to me is another scene with Hulk and what's her name? I know, right? Doctor Strange. What was his master called?
Oh, the ancient one.
The Asian one. That's it. How could I forget her name? I just love that scene. How Banner Hulk goes back in time and he meets the ancient one, and she's just like defending the house against the monsters in the first Avengers. I thought that was a really cool tie back, and it ties it in well in the storyline. I just really enjoyed that bit. What else did I enjoy that we've not mentioned yet?
I actually really like it how I think it's really funny how you see Bruce Banner be like a bit cocky. Like she's
Yeah,
like, I'm afraid I can't do that. And he's like saying, oh, I'm not asking. And then he's like being a bit cocky. And then she's just like, oh, shut up, mate. And like knocks him out into the astral plane,
yeah,
like into his astral.
that
I
was
thought that
really
was quite
cool.
funny seeing that little cockiness. Because in the Professor Hulk persona, he is a bit more cocky. Like when he does the dab and he's like, yeah, let's take a photo. I think he is a bit more cocky. So I think it fits in. And I like seeing that.
Mm.
But then he's also very understanding. Like when she's explaining the branch reality, he's like, "I promise you, I will return them. We'll get them back." And she's like, "I'm counting on you." And you can see he's really serious. So that is really good. But sorry, you're moving on to another point there before I interrupted.
There's one point that I did not really enjoy, and that is to do with the way that they brought Ant-Man back. I'm sorry, yes,
Okay.
yes, it's possible that a rat could pull and leave and then he will come back. I just really did not enjoy that. I would have preferred it if, like, if someone tracked down his fan somehow and then he saw the machine is still on and then he pulls the lever to bring Ant-Man back. I would have preferred something like that. It's just instead of just how lucky it was that a rat just, it was either the rat falling onto the lever or he knocked something onto the lever to bring him back. And then
Yeah.
but that did bring a really cool scene when Ant-Man is running through the streets. The streets are really empty. He's seen what Thanos has done. Half the people are gone. And then he knocks on this old house and he sees his daughter has grown a couple of years. That was a really cool scene because
Yeah.
I enjoyed how they showed the world after Thanos did Infinity Snap and how everyone is depressed.
Yeah.
And
I
then
quite like it.
going on from that, at the very ending, when they brought everyone back, they're 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 like fighting over houses. Like I had this house, and then a new couple's moved in.
Yeah.
What do you do in that situation?
Yeah, because that's talked about a bit in Far From Home, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah,
When Aunt May mentions being a widow or something along them lines. Um, yeah, I get what you mean. I do agree. It's one of them things, and again, I'm going to say suspension of disbelief, but that one is a bit far fetched. Um, but I mean, it doesn't really take away from my. There's little things that could take away from the movie as a whole, but when you think about the wider aspects of the movie and what it really is, they're like nitpicky type things. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, they are very nitpicky things.
Yeah, but it's so hard because the films are so good that picking out elements that are actual like criticisms is very hard to do because the films are so good. So yeah, I do
Oh,
definitely agree with you on that one though about the rat because that wound up a lot of people, I think.
mm. Another really cool scene I remember is when they throw this is the very ending battle. They just throw the glove to Spider-Man. Spider-Man activates kill mode. Then he just starts killing all these monsters, and then he
Yeah,
gets overwhelmed. And Captain Marvel just flies in and says, "I think he said, do you need a hand or something?" And Peter Parker just there like shivering because like he just got bungled by all these by these enemies, and then it kind of turned into girl power mode, where all the female superheroes all joined in to say, "We'll help you, Captain Marvel." I
yeah.
mean, that bit was a really cool scene, and I think it opens up for a all-female superhero movie in the future.
Right, okay. See, I'm completely the opposite opinion. I didn't like that scene at all.
Did you
Um,
not?
no, I hated it. That's one thing I really dislike because I just thought it's not necessary. Like, why does it matter? I'm sorry, but does it matter if you're a girl or a woman or a man? I just think on an Avengers team, you want the best Avengers. Doesn't matter if you've got a
Yep.
penis or a vagina. You want the best. Or whatever Vision's got because he's a robot. Like, I don't care. You want the best. You want the best powers on there. So, in my opinion,
I
it
will.
really doesn't matter. I just thought it was unnecessary. Like, I'm not all big on the feminism and when it's forced, and I felt like that scene was forced because, like, how were all the women somehow behind Captain Marvel at that point? I mean, that's nitpicky, but it's just like I didn't think it needed to happen because at the end of the day, Captain Marvel just flies over anyway, so she's not even fighting with them. I just thought it was
Yeah, I know.
like it would have been
That bit
part,
was
like
strange to me.
they didn't do a bit where they were like Black Panther gets like needs help and then all the Wakandans and like anybody who's black is like it's okay, he's got help. Like it wasn't, do you know what I mean? So I just thought it was a bit unnecessary because at the end of the day, she didn't even fucking need help. So
Mm.
the only part I like about it is that it's Okoye who like starts delivering the line. That's the only bit because I like Okoye's accent. But other than that, I wasn't a fan of that bit because I felt like it was forced, and when it happened, I just thought I just didn't need that to happen.
Mm.
But yeah, it's good that you liked it though. Again, it's completely different opinions, and this is what I love about it being so subjective because your like beliefs in real life can like influence your things, and things you've experienced in your life as well can really influence how you view a film. So I'm happy you've said that because I know it is a mixed bag. Some people love that scene and a lot of people don't like it. So I'm actually glad you've said you liked it because we can both share our opinions on why I didn't like it and why you did like it.
Mm. Did you
Yeah.
also think, though, go on to a different bit of the plot, did you think Captain America was being selfish, was saying back in time, and then obviously being old and passing on the shield to Falcon? Or do you reckon he done the right thing for himself?
I do see what you mean. It is kind of selfish in some ways, but then at the end of the day, what does he owe the country? What's the country ever done for him other than like betray him? Because it hasn't done anything for him.
No, it hasn't, but as he's like, obviously gone back in the time, and this is all time travel paradox and stuff like this, is the from the timeline in the past, is he still going to be in the first Avengers? Is his role in all the other films stay the same, or is it going to change now in future films?
Well, I think it's in the 50s when he's with Peggy. So is it the 50s though? What storm was he going to put back? I don't know. I think it was the 50s. So what he's obviously been turned into Captain America and maybe fought the First World War, I think, and then he's gone to be with her. That's what I think's happened anyway. And you never know, we might see in the future that he's still been Captain America throughout them years. He just hasn't been there on a team.
It would be really cool to see, like, if him in World War II and he meets up with Wolverine and there's a whole Captain America and Wolverine duo. That could be really good.
Yeah, and it's just like, just because he's with Peggy Carter doesn't mean he can't be Captain America, because she's one of the ones who probably really wants him to be Captain America. So just because he's not in the future and on the team, that doesn't mean the world's unprotected now.
And Peggy Carter's also a founder of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Well, yeah, she was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., wasn't she? And him being with her, that could have prevented Hydra stuff in the future, because she was one of the heads and founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. But if he knew that in the future that was going to happen, he could have helped prevent it.
But would he, though? Because would he affect the time change, then he could, in theory, bring Thanos back to get all the stones again. But this is sort of like paradox talk now, ain't it?
Yeah,
like, what if this, what if that?
Too hard. That's the thing. I personally don't think he was selfish, though. I think he doesn't owe the country anything. It's never given anything back to him other than suffering, really. So it's time for him to owe himself something and do something that he wants. That's what I think.
And give himself a family, because then he said he had a family with her. Or am I just making things up now?
You don't know, because he doesn't explain to Sam either. So you never find that out, unfortunately. But you know, if it stays hidden, it stays hidden. It's just one of them things, I think. It's quite nice it stays hidden as well, I think, because then you don't know. He could have still been Captain America, and we don't know that, or he could have settled down and got a family instead. So it's quite interesting to see. We might see it in like, I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever see it, but I like the mysterious aspect, because that means fans can make their own stories and decide what they want to happen in their own head.
Yeah, that's it.
But we've got a bit of a like thing here again, because obviously we need to do number 3 and number 2. So my number 2 was Civil War, so we're going to have to debate between Endgame and Civil War. What is the better movie?
I say it's got to be Endgame because it finished the whole trilogy of the whole films.
Yeah, see, I understand that, but I actually think it should be Civil War because if we're looking at them as individual films, in my opinion, Civil War is a better movie.
Because it flows better instead of having like Act 1 and Endgame maybe very long and then where in Civil War it just all flows nicely.
And the reason Endgame feels so good is because it's had loads of build up in the past. I mean, I know it's similar with Civil War. It's so hard. I think Civil War's a little bit more rewatchable, in my opinion.
So you think Civil War should be number 2 and Endgame should be number 3?
Yeah.
I mean, number 3 is still high up, very high up. So yeah, let's say Civil War be number 2.
Yeah, okay, so Avengers Endgame comes in at number 3 then. And then number 2, Captain America Civil War. So I think that means obviously we've both got the same number 1, which is going to be number 1 on our list, which is Infinity War.
Infinity War.
Okay, so you can go first. Why? Why is it number 1?
I really enjoy the opening scene with is it the opening scene actually when they're on the spaceship? Thanos obviously teleports onto Thor's Ragnarok spaceship, and it's just breaking the whole thing apart. And then Thor's like, "Oh, watch out, we've got Hulk," and then Hulk just comes in and starts bashing out at Thanos, and Hulk saying, "Yeah, I'm winning this. I'm beating up at Thanos." And then one of Thanos' minions just holds back. Another one of his mates said, "No, let Thanos have his fun." And Thanos just turns to a badass and starts beating up the Hulk like he's a little kid. And then the Hulk becomes terrified of Thanos. I just really enjoyed that scene. And then Loki sacrifices himself for Thor as well. So Thor is all sad because he's just been defeated after what just happened after Ragnarok. And then Thor's character in this film, he has a incredible storyline as well, I think, from how his hammer breaks and how he goes and finds the dwarf to get Stormbreaker, and Groot chops off his own arm for it to be the handle. It's just a really, really brilliant film.
Yeah, it's one of those where it starts and it doesn't stop moving.
Yeah.
There's no point. Same with Civil War. There's no point in it where I'm like, this is boring. And every minute, because you're focusing on so many different storylines, like you've got the Captain America team to begin with, and then you've got Wanda and Vision. They're separate, but then obviously they join up. Then you've got the bit in Wakanda. Then you've got the Guardians team, but then even they split up because some of them go to nowhere to get the Reality Stone, and then Thor, Rocket, and Groot, they're off on a side mission. It's just like there's so many points in the movie when I'm rewatching it where I'm like, oh, this bit's about to happen. And then I'm like, oh my God, no, this bit comes before. And it excites me even more. I'm like, I forgot this bit happened, but now I've remembered it. I'm so excited to see that bit. It's just action after action. I think the action's really good. And it doesn't come like the really quick moving story and jumping around doesn't come at the expense of character development. Like they don't get loads of character development, don't get me wrong, but Thanos does. Thanos gets great character development. And even though he's the villain, is he really the villain? Because I would say he's the protagonist of the movie. He gets the most screen time. It's basically Thanos' story, but he is a villain. So it's great to see that different take on it. And like I said, yeah, once it gets going, it just doesn't stop moving. There's so many great scenes in it. The introduction to each of the teams is amazing. Like,
yeah,
I like the
say now.
introduction to Wanda and Vision. Even though I'm not into the lovey-dovey stuff, I hate that. It shows that they're trying to settle down. And then that scene where Captain America comes in because she throws the
the music and that bit's so amazing.
And then she throws the thing, and you don't see him. He comes out the shadow, and then the music is in the da-na-na, da-na-na. Oh, it's so good. Like when the music hits up, and then Black Widow like slides in on her knees, and he throws it to her, and they're battling, and then Falcon flies in. It's just an amazing scene. So there's that scene, and then you've got the introduction to the Guardians with Rubber Band Man playing, and I like seeing how they're all really into the music, and how they've still got that comedy aspect where they want to. Star-Lord says, hopefully we can get a bit of cheddar cheese, like get a bit of money, and then they realise obviously it's all whatever's happened to Thor and his friend, it's all gone to shit. And then Thor and Star-Lord's interaction is hilarious. And then even they go off on their side mission. And yeah, it just, all the scenes are good. It just doesn't stop moving. The only thing I didn't like the first time I saw it, funnily enough, which is one of my favourite elements to it now, I didn't like the Gamora death scene to begin with, and now it's literally like one of my favourite moments of the movie. The score by
I still find it slow.
It is slow, but it's so good. Like the bit where he grabs her and she's like, "This isn't love," and then he just chucks her off. And the score by
and he lifts a tear.
The score, that's really good. And then the end bit where he actually dusts them, that was such a shock. I mean, I knew a lot of them were coming back, but it was just such a shock. I just can't say enough good about it. It's just so rewatchable, and it's got my favourite scene in the whole of the MCU. The part, oh my god, I can't even talk about it. It's so good. When they're starting to get beat in Wakanda, and then all of a sudden, the Rainbow Bridge teleports them down, or like Stormbreaker teleports them, and you see the hammer flying, but it's when he grabs the hammer and the music kicks in. Oh, it's so good. Like, it's just an amazing scene. You can't beat that. Like that, I prefer that over Avengers Assemble, over Cap picking up Mjolnir by far. I just like that scene far more. It's just a great film. It's just a great film. I'll have to let you talk about it for a bit because I'll just go on forever.
To continue on from that scene, I really enjoyed the bit where Steve Rogers and Thor just like catching up with each other. It's like, I see you,
so
yeah. I see you copying my beard, and then I am Groot as well. That bit is just gold.
I am Steve Rogers. Yeah, that's great.
And then I really enjoyed going off into a different scene where Spider-Man and Iron Man are working together to take out. I wasn't feeling his name, where he's got Doctor Strange all tied up. He's that's it. Yes. Squidward. Yeah, it looks like Squidward.
Yeah.
I just really enjoyed the little Spider-Man quote from like all different like pop culture references. Yeah. I really enjoyed that.
And that bit, I thought that bit was just when he meets Star-Lord and they're talking about pop culture references, and he's talking about he's like in Footloose, and he's like, "Oh, is this still the greatest movie on earth?" And he's like, "It never was." And he gets so like Star-Lord is so offended, and I just love him and Tony Stark interacting as well. Like Tony Stark's face is so funny, like when he's basically like, well, I'm half human, and that dumb part of me, that is 100% you. And Tony Stark is like, your math is blowing my mind. And then even the bit where he's like, I'm breaking it down over here, and he's over there yawning, and he's like, yeah, well, kind of not winging it is like not really what we do. And when Spider-Man's like, what is it they do? And Mantis says, what did he say? Kick names and take arse instead of kick arse and take names. I just think, just all of it is so good. All the interactions, it's just so good. Is there any other moments in it that really stand out to you? Because for me, I find it hard to pick out key moments. I would say the introduction to when you get Black Widow, Captain America, when they get introduced, that's a great moment. An amazing moment. The bit in Wakanda, just when they're battling, I like it when Scarlet Witch comes out and shows how powerful she is. And then
I was about to say that, because she's like, why was she not down here this whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you've got the snap, and also like Thor's entrance, which I absolutely love. I I mean, the whole movie's good, but I'd say they're the moments that I really, really enjoy. So, and also, yeah, the Hulk and Thanos fight at the beginning. I love the way Thanos fights. Like, he even knees him in the face. I was like, that is amazing. It's like proper, like, fighting style, like MMA right now.
Hmm.
But do you have any other moments that you really, really stood out to you?
I really enjoyed the bit when it was Doctor Strange versus Thanos because he just shows how strong of a sorcerer he actually is, like going toe to toe with all his power stones. And that
Yeah,
was a really cool scene because for Thanos had to say, "Oh, so you're the new master of sorcery." It was something like that. I just really enjoyed that, and that whole fight scene as well was really cool because it showed off how far Iron Man's suit has actually come with all his new technology and Thanos actually recognised Tony Stark saying, "I will remember your name. You are a worthy warrior." That was just a really cool bit as well.
yeah, and this is actually the film where I started to like Doctor Strange because before it, I wasn't a massive fan. And they really developed him in this one. Um, it's just such a good film, and I think that
Hmm.
shows why it's number one on both of our lists because it is just a great film. Um, but before we wrap it up, do you want to say anything else about the film?
Um, I think I'll save some points for you to mention.
What you're gonna say?
So,
Yeah. Sorry, carry
now,
on.
yeah, I'm not going to say no more, I think.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah,
I
I'm
can't say
done.
anymore. Like I've pointed out my key points. I just think it's just the best. It's so hard to put into words how good it is. It just all I'll say is it's got great action, great characters. It starts and it just doesn't stop. And yeah, it just leaves you with like your foot in the mouth at the end, like
Hmm.
speechless. Even now when I watch it, and I've seen it multiple times, like I saw it 12 times at the cinema. Even now when I watch it, it's still like I still don't know what to think at the end of it. Um, yeah, it's just a phenomenal film. And I can't say anything more about it really. But before we do wrap up, sorry, I do just want both of us to go through our individual lists, like our whole ranking from 23 down to number one, and then I will talk through our joint list, and then yeah, that will wrap up our MCU ranking video. So I'll let you go first if you want to go through your whole list from number 23 all the way down to your number one.
Right. So, my entire list, it is start off with the Hulk, then Thor, Thor 2, Iron Man 2, Captain Marvel, Ant-Man 2, Ant-Man, Black Panther, Captain America, Doctor Strange, Captain America 2, Spider-Man 2, Iron Man 3, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Civil War, Spider-Man 1, Iron Man, Avengers 2, Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers, Thor Ragnarok, Endgame, and Infinity War.
Perfect. Right, I'll go through mine. So mine is as follows: The Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 3, Thor the Dark World, Iron Man 2, Thor the First Thor, Captain America the First Avenger, Doctor Strange, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Spider-Man Far From Home, Captain Marvel, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Spider-Man Homecoming, Iron Man, Black Panther, the original Avengers, Avengers Age of Ultron, Ant-Man, Guardians of the Galaxy, Captain America the Winter Soldier, Thor Ragnarok, Endgame, Captain America Civil War, and finally Avengers Infinity War. I'll go through our joint ranking now. And I must admit, I'm actually quite happy with the joint ranking. I mean, obviously, there's a few things that I would actually no, I don't think there is a few things that I'd move around. I'm quite happy with our joint ranking, I must admit. So I'll go through that now. So we've got number 23, The Incredible Hulk. Number 22, Thor: The Dark World. Number 21, Iron Man 2. Number 20, Thor. Number 19, Captain America, the First Avenger. Number 18, Captain Marvel. Number 17, Doctor Strange. Number 16, Ant-Man and the Wasp. Number 15, Spider-Man Far From Home. Number 14, Iron Man 3. Number 13, Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Number 12, Black Panther. Number 11, Iron Man. Number 10, Spider-Man Homecoming. Number 9, Ant-Man. Number 8, Avengers Age of Ultron. Number 7, Captain America the Winter Soldier. Number 6, Guardians of the Galaxy. Number 5, The Avengers. Number 4, Thor Ragnarok. I almost said number Thor. Number 3, Avengers Endgame. Number 2, Captain America Civil War. And number 1, Infinity War. Yeah, so that is it really. I really enjoyed ranking all of these. I mean, it took a lot of time, but I've really enjoyed it, and I'm happy with our joint list. And I do think I'm definitely going to go back and rewatch the films again, and my ranking will definitely change quite a lot, I should imagine.
Yeah, because all this is from memory, ain't it?
Yeah, all of this is from memory, yeah, because I haven't seen them for quite a while now, so it's all based on memory. Yeah, so I definitely think it's going to be changing after seeing it and after experiencing a bit more of life, because even little things in your life can really influence your opinions of films, I feel like. But yeah, that's the end of the ranking list. So thanks everyone for listening yet again, and I'd love to hear me and Dean would both love to hear your comments and thoughts on our list, and share your lists as well. We'd love to discuss them with you. So yeah, if you leave your thoughts and comments, that would be great. Thanks for watching. Hi guys, it's Bridie. Thanks for watching the video. Please remember to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell to receive any updates on new videos I've got coming out.